Hello! What's up, everybody? Rasta, Shazar, Jar, Sim, Chipmunk, Enktar, Firdon, Salino, $10, Macaron, Matchless, B-Side, Colette, Heroes and Diamonds, Uninterested Aliens. A lovely name. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Love the name still. No. Yeah, how's everybody doing? Today it is the 25th of June, 2026. It is a Thursday, and it is about 35 degrees in the room right now, which is pretty sure 95 Fahrenheit. To answer, Salino, yes, I am melting. But it's fine. Look, I'm almost not shiny. Because I just entered the room. So, yeah. Couple hours before we can open the windows, though. Window, singular. The Braywood. But we'll make do. You know, we'll make do. One happy chipmunk. Thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. 10 total. Thank you. I am now one happy streamer. Thank you, Chipmunk. And everyone who got a sub. I see Lonigan in there. Beautiful. You will all be remembered. Enjoy the ad-free experience. At this point, outside isn't any colder anyway. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, you know, even if it wasn't bright outside, I couldn't open the window. Warm air is coming in. Africa got through the World Cup playoffs for the first time in history. Nice, Brightwood. Is there any chance we face them? I don't think so. I don't remember exactly what the groups are that we might face, but I don't think South Africa is part of them. Brightwood, thank you for the prime. 34 months. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. Appreciate it. Ankthar, tier 3. 29 months. Huge. Resub. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Ankthar. Will all be remembered. $10 celebrating his 42nd month as a moderator. 42 months anniversary. I did not even know that was a feature. $10, but congrats, I guess. Many deletions done. Many deletions to come. That's new. I figured. That's to be. There you go. But anniversary don't show on mobile. Only shows up every 6 months or something. Isn't an anniversary supposed to be a yearly thing? Well, okay, 42. It just dawned to me that 42 months is not a year. You know, it's not an amount of year. It's like 3.5. Does Twitch need to be informed of what the word anniversary means? It's in the name. Annual. Oh, well. I guess them celebrating mods tenure is not the worst thing they've done. Yeah, how's everybody doing? It's man, been very warm in here. So the other day I woke up with a migraine, which I don't know if it's due to the heat or if it's just a standard migraine. You know, how am I supposed to know at this point? Which forced me to unfortunately cancel the stream. And then the next day, it was so warm I barely managed to sleep before the Switzerland game. But I went to watch that, and then it was slightly cooler. So I went to take a nap. I played some video games, but today was okay. I slept fine. I managed to somehow cool the. So it's one of those weird things where it's been so hot that even downstairs, where downstairs usually manageable. That's why during the summer I sleep downstairs, because it's usually manageable. But it was getting really warm downstairs as well. I managed to, cool the place down during the night enough that it was actually fine today. It was manageable. So yeah, I had some pretty good sleep today. Turns out. Sabrisa, what's up, Locust? How are you doing? Bonjour. Yeah, don't do that, Hector. You gotta take care of yourself. No? Did I enjoy the game yesterday? I don't know. It wasn't a very pretty game. It was a very scrappy game. But it was entertaining in a WWE kind of way. I don't know. Last 15 minutes were pretty fun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind a scrappy game. It's not the most beautiful football you'll ever see, but at least it shows a little bit of engagement. I like it. I did not know Canada was so good at, what do the English call it, shithousery. I didn't know they were that good at that. I guess that's the Commonwealth for you. It must be a kingdom skill or something, you know. How are you doing, Aquarelic? Good to see you. My cellar room's at 27 degrees. Never seen that before. Yeah, no, it's been. I think it is the all-time record warmest June in history. It feels like we beat that record every year at this point, so better get used to it. Not a record I was keen for us to break. Yeah, no, I mean it's coldest June of the rest of your life. That's the way to look at it. Exactly. This is the coldest year of the rest of our lives. Enjoy it while it lasts. How are you, Trim? Hey, who knows? Maybe we'll blow each other back to the Stone Age or something, and well, if that happens, there's probably gonna be quite a few years of, yeah, I don't know how much. I'm not an expert in terms of those sci-fi, futuristic, apocalyptic physics. I would assume the dust around the planets would probably stop the sun to cool the planet down overall. It would be unlivable for a few decades, but it would probably be colder. Yeah. Nuclear winter. Yeah, we did have global warming, but thankfully nuclear winter canceled it out. Yeah. The goal. Rolling the Mojave almost makes me wish for a nuclear winter. Love Futurama. But Wolf. Yeah, I do need to give Futurama like a proper... it's one of those things like The Simpsons where I've seen episodes along the way, right? But I've never watched the whole thing, which I think could be a fun thing to do. But yeah, currently I'm still watching Love, Death, and Robots. I'm still re-going through season 1, which is a season that I had seen already a few years back. But I'm re-watching season 1 of Love, Death, Robots to then watch the rest of it, because I really like those stories, and there's a lot of interesting creativity in there. And then eventually I'm gonna have to find what the next show I want to watch is. Not sure. The episode I watched yesterday was Good Hunting, with you know, steampunk Chinese mythological, like what would you call them, shape-shifting ladies. Very cool. Next year I'm doing summer vacation in Alaska or Greenland. Once you get to bad traveling, we should talk, okay? What season is that, you remember? There's discussion of an effect called global dimming about dust counteracting global warming, and our efforts to clean up exhaust gases might accidentally have removed that effect from the equation. That's interesting. But then, you know, it's not the heat, it's gonna be the the lung cancers from the actual particles. I don't fucking know. Listen, moral of the story is we're fucked anyways. So, you know, enjoy it while it lasts. This whole thing called life. None of us is gonna survive it. We still need sunlight to grow crops, yeah. It's, you know, what movie was it? Was it Highlander 2, where the plot of the movie was that they obscured the sky to stop environmental disaster? Or was it for another reason? I don't remember. Highlander. I haven't seen that movie in like 30 years. What a dumb movie. The Quickening! Oh my god. I cannot believe the actual title is The Quickening. Yeah. Artificial ozone layer. In 2024. Oh, that's when the movie was set. Interesting. Well, hey, we at least beat that world. Our world in 2024 was slightly better than that world, I would say. Man, Highlander is such a weird franchise. Such a weird franchise. I'm like looking, I'm like, okay, I remember the movie being on Earth, and like, you know, something about industrial pollution or whatever. That's what the description says. But then you read the first paragraph of the plot. 500 years ago on the planet Zeist, sorcerer Juan Sanchez Villalobos Ramirez. Wait. Is that a taken name? Like, was that his official government name on planet Zeist? Leads a rebellion against the corrupt leadership of General Katana. Multicultural planet, Zeist. you know? Using the quickening, it creates a bond with fellow rebel Connor MacLeod that even death cannot break. I forgot that Highlander was about aliens, I will be honest. I completely forgot. I need to watch Highlander again. What a great franchise. It's so silly. I love it. I thought it was a fantasy thing with, you know, with weird humans with superpowers. No, it's about aliens. That's because the first movie is not. Hold on. Are they not aliens in the first movie? Are they like, you know, ancient beings? Yeah, nothing about aliens, right? Yeah, immortals. What a weird angle. There's a blood demon, Puka Bear, Psycho Rider, Mac Ace, good to see you. Yeah, I mean, who knows what they intended when they developed the story in the first movie. I'm sure, is it based on a comic book or something? It has to be based on something, right? There's no way this is not based on something. No, apparently not. Apparently it's just a movie. They were novelizations made out of it, but it's an original franchise at the time of the first movie. Yep. Yeah, the first movie was the inception of it. Interesting. Sub-Legends, egg. Felt like drugs were involved in the creation of that plot. Well, yeah, but that feels pretty standard for a lot of things. When it comes to, like, artistic creation, right? But, I don't know. You've never heard of Highlander, Nektar? Wild. You might be too young, but yeah, it was extremely popular in Europe. There was a whole TV show that was massively popular. In Europe, specifically. Even though it was American, but... Maybe it's more popular in the French-speaking parts, actually, of Europe, now that I think about it, because one of the main actors in the, you know, in the first couple movies is Christophe Lambert, who's a French actor. But remake is coming out soon. Coming out soon, directed by the guy who made John Wick. Okay, listen. I don't want to say that I'm super interested, but I'm super interested. What's up, Glegger? Artists can use other things than drugs to create wacky art like depression, a bit of track. Well, yeah, but, you know, I feel like a lot of people do all of that. I personally don't. When I'm really depressed, I cannot create, and I never alter my consciousness to create either. Yeah. I can, you know, I can use the things that cause the depression to inspire future art, but while I'm going through the throes of depression, I just, yeah, I don't work very well. Russell Crowe is playing Sean Connery's character? Okay, hold on. It's, okay, when you said that, I thought it was just like a, you know, project had been greenlit or something. But there's a cast already? Yeah, Chad Stahelski, which is the director of John Wick. Written by Kerry Williamson and Mike Finch. Sorry, Henry Cavill? Okay, hold on. What are we doing? Dave Bautista? Okay, hold on. Jeremy Irons. What is happening? How did I never hear about that until just now? This is gonna be insane. I am so excited. I still haven't seen the original. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, the first Highlander movie I thought was pretty good. For at least for when it came out. The second movie is a trash fire. But I still think it's funny watching it because of all the aliens, sci-fi nonsense that's happening in it. I don't remember the third one, if I'm gonna be honest, but there's the third one. And then there's the TV show, who was, you know, it was a TV show from the 90s. It's not very good, but it's, you know. Okay, hold on. Drew McIntyre is in that movie, the wrestler. Drew McIntyre as Angus MacLeod, Connor's brother and chieftain of Clan Mac. You know, I see it. I like, you know, if you look at the guy, I see it. He looks like he's from Highlander. Okay, no, this is color me interested. Karen Gillan's the movie is in the movie as well. Marissa Abella. I don't think I've heard of her. Black Bag, she was in, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any of those things. She was in Barbie, apparently. Yeah. Not seen that. Yeah. Alright. Well, good casting, at least. You know, between the director and the casting, as someone who enjoyed John Wick, color me interested. The general consensus on the internet seems that Russell Crowe should talk in his natural Australian accent but still be Spanish. I mean, that's what they did with Sean Connery, right? So... Listen, he's not Spanish, he's an alien from the planet Zeist, or whatever the name was. We established that earlier. But somehow his name is still Ramirez Villalobos or whatever. Which is so funny. I don't know, maybe aliens are fascinated with, you know, Spanish culture. Conquistador culture, I don't know. Yeah, well, the implication I always thought was, you know, it's from the first movie at least. The idea was that, you know, they were so ancient that he was probably one of the actual original conquistadors, right? Because they're immortal. And he lived through the current day. That was kind of the idea. Ancient Scottish clans and all that, you know, like all of that mixed together. But then for some reason they made it aliens. Maybe we're all aliens around? Yeah. Galactic insemination is a real theory. Maybe we're all aliens. Yeah, okay. Highlander remake. Thank you, Quasi, for enlightening us with this knowledge. I am very excited. Spanish Weebs, Speebs. Is it a remake or a reboot? Well, okay, yeah, you're right. It says reboot, and the plot seems like it might be a sequel. Highlander new film. It could be both, right? Because that's the thing. The plot seems to be a remake. 16th century Scottish warrior discovered that he's not human but an ageless immortal, destined to fight with others of his kind for the prize. And then he faces the Kurgan, right? Which is that's the first movie's plot. Like the characters that some of them passed in the first movie are coming back, right? The Kurgan, who used to be played by Clancy Brown, by the way, for those of you who enjoy Clancy Brown, and I know there's some of you out there, based on our playthrough of Detroit. Yeah. So yeah, it seems to be a remake and a reboot at the same time, right? Which is what most franchises do these days. They reboot with a sort of remake, because why would you come up with a new story to reboot your franchise when you can simply do the same thing again? Where would you even watch the old ones now? I don't know. You could find it, you know, what I mean. If you really wanted to, other than that, I'm assuming it's on Netflix or something. Gonna get Blu-rays of it. Yeah, I don't know. Netflix. At least in Switzerland, it's on Netflix. Yeah. Oh, never mind. It's Google gave me a link to say that said watch Highlander, but then when you click on it, it says, "Oop, that movie is not available." Amazon Prime, Peacock, also a couple of others, but yeah, Amazon Prime. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's a remake, but yeah, I mean, that doesn't exclude it from being a reboot, right? They often do both at the same time. Speaking of reboots, I don't know if we're getting another season of the Scrubs reboot, which is I'm kind of sad about it. I really enjoyed it. I surprisingly enjoyed the reboot of Scrubs. I legitimately didn't think I would. Because you know how those things go, right? But it was more than just nostalgia, you know. It was more than just nostalgia bait. It was actually pretty solid Scrubs. It's a fake everyone. Started Le Bureau des Légendes yesterday. I don't think I'm familiar with that. Oh, Mathieu Kassovitz. Nice. I like him. 2015, 2020. Oh, it's a remake of The Agency. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, The Agency was a remake of it. Never mind. Sorry. Almost created a diplomatic incident there. Cool. What was that other... Man, there's that other show that this just reminded me of. You probably know about it, Fake. It's about that guy who joins like a secret government agency, but it's set in the 50s or something. It's a French show. And it's all about like how, you know, it continuously shows how society was during that time, like in the 50s, and that sort of like government, like how useless government agencies are, and like it's sort of satirical about how bad, you know, those agencies work. And French series, yeah. Oh man, I can't remember the name. Hold on, let's see if my Google Foo... Okay, I'm gonna go with like a crazy French TV show about a 50s government CIA-style agency. The Bureau. Very secret service... Okay, original French title, Au service de la France. But apparently it's called A Very Secret Service in English. Au service de la France. Yeah. Very, very, very cool French TV show. I thought it was really fun. Yeah, it's very like satirical and like a parody of like James Bond style stuff. Very satirical about government agencies and all that. Seraphin, good to see you. Does anyone know if the Steam Summer Sale started today? I opened Steam just a sec ago, but I rarely look at the store anymore. Curryverse too spicy? I'm gonna be honest, I did not even know curryverse were spicy. I thought they just had curry in them. I mean, there is sales ongoing for sure. Yeah, summer sales. It's already happening apparently. Yeah. Everything's on sale. I don't have any money to spend anyway, so it does not matter. Borderlands 4 is on sale, and it's still $35. That's insane. That's a shame. I've been actually thinking of playing Borderlands recently. Star Wars Outlaws. Top seller Team Fortress 2. Price free. I don't think Steam knows what selling means. This is from specifically Spicy Shop. It has ghost pepper in it. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I've seen OSS 117. In the first one, I think there's a second one. Isn't curry spiced ketchup? Well, I don't know what German called curry, but for me, curry is a spice in itself, right? It's not a spicy spice, but it's a spice, the flavorful spice. There's a problem with the language when spices aren't what you would call spicy. I feel like we need to change language. One second. I feel like I'm maybe under attack. One second. I'm gonna go investigate. I'll be right back. Never mind. That's probably... I don't know. I don't know what it was. What's up, Juspo? Now I wish I had spicy currywurst. Yeah, me too. Sounds great. I love ghost peppers. Anyways, I want to make progress in the video game today, and since the stream started so late, we probably need to get to work. We have a whole investigation to lead. We're barely an hour into the game. We're literally in game time, we're an hour in. We've made no progress. Yeah, thank you, Chris. Go outside, I'm trying. Alright, so last time you got through the whole intro sequence. Just a day ago, a local tea shop exploded, and it's your job to figure out why. For some reason, you woke up at the bottom of a morgue. Great start. But you're still in Viskin's lair. I mean, the Lich House. I mean, the local mortuary. So go outside, says Chris. Oh. I don't know if we'll go outside, but You gain 1 level of exhaustion. Each level of exhaustion gives -1 to all dice checks. You reach 10 levels of exhaustion, you die. Exhaustions are removed. You succeed in a long rest. You do not long rest before dawn. You get 6 levels of exhaustion. Okay. I was not aware that only a long rest would remove exhaustion. I was thinking of doing a short rest the other day. That wouldn't have worked. Right. Or maybe short rest removes 1 level of exhaustion. Okay, that's the rule. Cool. You know the one thing I'm missing from this game? Being able to move the camera. Like, just scroll around. I don't think it's possible. It looks like it is. Alright, so I think last time we wanted to talk to this guy, whose name is Viskin. Oh yeah, we tried to gain information about them and failed miserably. Do I want to inspect those books first before talking to Viskin? Maybe we do this this little quadrant here. We're going further. What is that? The stone slabs are designed to slide along the iron beams. Interesting. Oh yeah, like this place could originally maybe like be you could slide everything every way. Did Disco have that? I forget. Have what? Beholding characters? No. That is brand new to this game. Well, speaking of spices, that looks spicy. A tray of old incense. Some of it is still usable. Alright, trifle. Get some incense. Beautiful. Our inventory's filling up. We can use a ton of spells. Have a lot of recovery. Yeah, I really wish... Oh, the camera panning? I'm pretty sure, yeah, you could, like, really get away from your character and then click somewhere, couldn't you? It was limited, I think, a little bit. Like, you couldn't look that further away from your character, but I think you could. I'm not sure now. Now that we're talking about it, I'm like, am I confused with other CRPGs? Maybe I am. Yeah, maybe this code doesn't allow panning either. You're limited to what you can see. Yeah. Yeah, maybe, actually. Because the movement felt very much the same, right? You could hold your mouse and move around, and that only works if you have automatic camera panning. And I don't remember anything to unlock the camera. Yeah. I don't know, it's been a while. It's already been years. Have I inspected this one? I did, right? Yeah. No, too much reading? Okay. Okay, game. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 allowed it, yeah. A thick tome lies upon the iron slab. An open manual for esoteric geometry. You know this already. Wait, is that? Oh boy, okay. This one's gonna be a particular thing, I guess. Alright, well, I mean, it says too much reading. I still want to read it. Let's engage. Esoteric books. So many books. Basic manuals, arcanist histories, novels. Some of them stand out to you as classics. It could be useful to refresh your mind, says Intelligence. The books taunt you bookishly. See, we can read. Read Autobiography Prax by Lord Thelius Prax. Read Folk Tales by the Trill Sisters. Read Collected Chants of Norvik by Patriarch Pili. Leave the books alone. Strap in, gentlemen and gentle ladies and everything. In between, we're going in. Gentle folks. Read Autobiography Prax by Lord Thelius Prax. Intelligence says, a classic. You kept this book on your bedside table for years during your scribing years. You take a look at the first page. In these pages, I shall endeavor to recount the journey of a mind born to greatness, a will tempered by the crucible of ambition, a spirit bound to the relentless pursuit of the arcane. My name is Phileas Prax. It goes on to make grandiose statements on his personal abilities of magic. Checks out. What's up, Zia? What's up, Warren? Wisdom says, as always, this man is contradictory. He both praises his own natural gifts and mental abilities while stating himself worthy only through his hard work and merit. I mean, okay, Wisdom. I think there's a point where you can be aware of your natural gifts and mental abilities while still realizing that hard work is necessary for, you know, to make something out of them. I don't think that's completely contradictory. I mean, maybe only through hard work. Maybe that's the point of contention here. It's hard work plus the sort of privileges, either biological or sociological or whatever. We're in the second room, DJ. Yeah. We haven't finished the first room, though. We weren't able to access the second half of the first room. We had to move to the second room. A better metric to look at is that we are at 9 a.m. on day 1. The game starts at 8. You can see that at the bottom right. Yeah, I don't know. I do think that, you know, hard work is obviously necessary, but it's obviously a lot easier to find success if you are privileged by natural gifts, family money, social standing, pre-existing, you know, all that stuff. Obviously that helps. Shepard, good to see you. How are you doing today? It's ridiculous. Okay, wisdom does not stand for it. I can appreciate that. Okay. Esoteric books. Know this. I write not for the masses, but for the few who possess the clarity of vision to see beyond the veil of mediocrity. To them, I offer my life as a lesson and legacy, that they might learn from my triumphs and avoid the pitfalls that lie in wait for the unwary. Yeah, no, that guy's a wanker. Never mind. I'm with wisdom. The art of the deal of this world, yeah. Warm, but other than that, I'm good. Yeah, I feel that. You're gifted with an awesome mustache. Yeah, I know. That's genetics. You know, obviously I had to exploit it. I spent many years in my life not having a stash because I was working against it. I just had to let nature happen. And here we are. Let's tell all the railroad construction workers of the U.S. Intercontinental Railroad how much hard work is rewarded with success. I don't think that's what was implied there. It's the other way around. You have a goal, a specific, you know, maybe artistic or whatever goal, and you have, no matter what your natural talents are, you need to put in the hard work. But obviously, you know, privileges will help you go faster and further in a lot of cases. Perfect analogy. Success is like your mustache, a mix of consistent maintenance and damn good genetics. Yeah. And then you have one and what? It does nothing for you. The only people who care are the ones you don't really care about. Actually, you're right. Perfect analogy. Yeah. It's like going to the gym because you want to seduce the ladies, and then only the dudes notice your improvements. That's the typical trope of gym goers, right? You remember the first chapters dealing with his youth, growing up in the ruthless court of a rival house, the Hagging Shags. The Haggin Shags? What a name. How he struggles against relentless opposition and bullying. Making himself out to be an underdog, says Wisdom. What do you think, Wisdom? Is he lying about his struggles as a child to make himself look better? The Shagging Hags, yeah. Oh, the Haggin Shags. Power is not born of blood, not inherited by the fortune of birthright. It is cultivated in the crucible of the mind, refined by the fires of discipline and sharpened by the relentless pursuit of knowledge. Let those who seek to rule first learn to kneel before the altar of wisdom, for it is there that true strength is forged. Yeah, no, I was too hasty to judge Wisdom for criticizing him. Clearly the guy is pretending that he was not privileged. Yeah. Oh well. Yet he does not address his own privilege. Thank you, Wisdom. We're on the same page. I'm sorry for having doubted you before. Very nice. If it is only merit, then he should not have needed any of those fancy private studies or lecturers. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Stop complaining. The story is just getting good. I love how wisdom and intelligence are constantly going to be at odds during this story. A glorious design. Let those who learn lead through merit of ability and nothing else. I really dig this idea. Flip through the pages, shut the book. Let's flip through the pages. In the second half, Prax begins to talk about his early political career, the intricacies of magocratic bureaucracy, how he learned to play the game well enough for himself to reach a dictatorship as the youngest magocratic ruler ever. Yeah, intelligence is very self-centered, it feels, much like dexterity. Maybe a little bit of charisma. I wonder if those attributes will go along well. The rest is mostly a collection of meditations surrounding magic and power. The esoteric in its purest form is neither good nor evil. It is a tool, a force to be wielded by those with the intellect to do so. Yet let us not be so naive as to think that power alone grants one the right to rule. The arcanist must also be a statesman, for the whims of unchecked magic can lead to even the wisest astray. Govern with an iron hand, but let that hand be guided by the principles of reason and justice. Thus shall the state prosper, and thus shall the legacy of the magocracy endure. This is treacherous because it all sounds great in theory, right? But it feels like the principles of reason and justice is subjective enough that, you know, you could probably corrupt that in many different ways. Obviously, justice is not an objective metric, right? Neither is reason, really. Ironic, says Wisdom. I see not irony here, only truth, says Intelligence. In the halls of power, the arcane shall be our shield and our sword. Yet remember this, the arcanist's duty is not only to himself, but to the state and its people. For in the endless pursuit of knowledge, one must not forget the price of ignorance. A vigilant mind is the guardian of civilization, and a vigilant state the fortress of progress. Let no shadow fall upon our vigilance, for in the light of our knowledge lies the path to true dominion. A vigilant mind is the guardian of civilization. Vigilant state, the fortress of progress. Wonder why shield is highlighted. What definition of specifically shield could be? Oh, in this case, it's the first. It's the actual spell. A first level abjuration spell can be cast as a reaction to raise an arcane barrier around the caster, protecting against the fiercest of blows. I don't think he meant that literally, Intelligence, but okay. The final parts of the biography focuses on an even deeper and more rambling side of ruling. With hints of paranoia, says Wisdom. This is way too much reading. Why would you open a book then? You know, Intelligence, I often disagree with you, but fair point. Shut the book. You shut it. Looking upon the title once more. Autobiography Prax. 5 XP. Put it back. Replace it back on the shelf. And yeah, the ramblings of a privileged ruler about how ruling needs to be, you know, more just. But yeah, we all know justice is often, unfortunately, based on making said privileged people their life easier and everyone's life forfeit. Oh well. Maybe he was just misguided. Maybe he wasn't a bad person or anything. I don't know. Lord Phileas Prax. Let's read Folk Takes by the Trail Sisters. The Trail Sisters sound like the name of a punk band from the 80s. Sound like a prick? It did, yeah. But trying to stay open-minded. Opening the Trail Sisters book shows you an index of several tales, many of which you heard growing up. These stories shape reality, for the mind does not distinguish a tale from a real-life lesson. They are but the same. I mean, I agree with that. I agree that stories do have actual real-life applications in terms of their themes and what they call lessons here, right? I think that's fair. Out of the tales, you see one you remember the most, the one about the gnome and the titan. Term for the gigantic creatures who first inhabited and shaped Yor's realm. It's always titans. I don't know why. Like, that's a trope in fantasy that I am so exhausted by. It's always dragons and titans, or giants, right? Yeah. This story always spoke to you, mostly because of the unlikely friendship between the two, says Wisdom. Read a little and a large. Yeah, let's do that. In the old days, when dragons ruled the skies and titans wandered the earth, there lived a gnome named Abacus, known far and wide as a halfwit. Whether by fate or folly, he often found himself in the oddest of places, and so it was that he stumbled into a deep valley of Ascan. This valley was home to Ka-Imor, the Mist Titan, a colossal being with fur as thick as the ancient forests and limbs that clutched the very mountain. His upper body was hidden in, or perhaps made of, the swirling mists that filled the valley. But on this day, the valley was not the serene refuge it had once been. The air was thick with ash, the rivers ran black, and the trees stood as charred husks. Ezuth, Ezuth, the ancient red dragon, had set the forest aflame, hoping to drive Kahimor from his domain and claim the fertile valley for himself. What can you tell me about Ezuth? Ezuth, the red dragon of Ascan. His rise to power through trickery and betrayal is legendary, as is his fall to Abacus the halfwit and the Mist Titan. Spoiler! Rumors say his spirit still haunts the ever-lit, burned coast to this day. Oh yeah, Warren, that's actually pretty clever. Yeah, I like it. Burned Coast, a vast piece of coastline just east of Norvik. It is a charred area filled with volcanic activity and kobolds. It's one of the many eternally cursed lands on the coast. It is nearly impossible to travel to Reeds via land because of this area. I'm not surprised intelligence spoiled just to show how much they know. Yeah, that's pretty common. Anyway, let's keep reading. Kaimor was furious, his great form trembling with rage as he searched for the source of the destruction. His eyes fell upon Abacus, who was wandering aimlessly, his tiny mind more puzzled by the sudden darkness than anything else. Set the forest aflame, right? Yeah. Well, that's a shame. You think that the coast was filled with these beasts of yore at one point. Continue to the verses. I wonder if I can do both. Do you think that the coast was filled to with these beasts of yore at one point? They reigned harshly and wildly, says intelligence. But it's not hard to see why some preferred their chaotic dominance to the tyranny of dragons. So, okay. So first, the giants ruled, the Titan ruled, and then the dragons. Maybe led by Esuth. Took power. Okay. And then a tyranny of dragons started. Well, continue to the verses. Tricklumchum, who dares bring fire to where none should come. Ashes taint my sacred mists. Mist speak, small one, lest you be missed. Oh, ashes taint my sacred mist. Speak, small one, lest you be missed. Okay, got confused there. Abacus looked up, squinting through the fog, and scratched his head. Fire? No, I've no fire to share. No flame do I bring, nor ash to bear. For in the dark I see clear as day. This those who can't, that need the flame, they say. That's kind of cool. I love the sort of old, poetic... you know, style of the tale. It was very appropriate for Norse mythology inspired stuff. In the dark I see clear as day. That's useful. Trick Lum Chum. What nonsense from your tongue does come? Who is it that needs this blaze that blackens my mist and dims my days? Well, question thee, who needs a flame to light their path and stoke their claim? Perhaps it is Ezuth, the king, whose fires to your valley bring. Trick Lum Chum. The dragon's days are surely done. Guide me, gnome, to where he lies. Together we shall dim his skies. A wonderful little tale. Yeah, I agree with them. About the little and large. The story goes on to wax about the friendship sparked between this eldritch titan and the silly little gnome as they sought out Ezuth on his throne. The ancient red dragon then falls to the titan's might after Abacus accidentally guides him to the correct location. One of those classic stories every child in Ascan is told growing up. Yeah. I'm trying to think about the, what the thematic importance of a half-wit accidentally guiding someone to the correct location. Because like it's not even like, oh, the strong and mighty need to sometimes trust the those that appear weaker and smaller, right? Because they might know something you don't, because it's accidental. I don't know. I'm not sure I fully get the moral of that one story. But it was nice. It's a nice tale. I like it. You shut it, looking upon the title once more. Folk Tales, 5 XP. Let's return the book. I mean, maybe the idea is that even the weakest and most powerless of beings do have their importance. But I think it would have furthered the point better if it wasn't an accidental form of help, right? Like they somehow knew how to find the dragon. I don't know. Or because they were small, they saw the world in a different way. That some might consider half-witted, but that allowed them to see something that the big, strong giant missed. And then, maybe that, I think that would further that point more if that was the goal. I don't know. Anyway, read Collected Chants of Norvik by Patriarch Pili. This is a printed edition of Pili's work, but still old. Probably came from the earliest Norvikian printers. Okay, intelligence. I'm regretting having intelligence that high at this point. It's... Come on, intelligence. Shut it a little bit. On the first page, a short message is hand-scribbled in the corner. My belief lay in the collected humanity of Norvik. May you remember that from this collection with honor and grace, Pili D. Pili D sounds like a rapper's name. Is this a handwritten message from the second patriarch himself? Oh boy. Strength's getting excited. Patriarch, a top clerical rank in Norvik, different from Lord Patriarch, which is the traditional administrative leader of the city. Only about a dozen men currently hold the rank. They manage a section of clerics, each at the tower. Lord Patriarch's the commander of city forces and top cleric beneath Earth. The title is appointed by Earth. Currently, Lord Akisam holds the title, having led the city for the past 30 years. He's a withdrawn leader over 80 years of age and has put most power in the hands of the magistrates. You feel faint. Are you even able to hold such an artifact? Come on, Strength. I know we're weak, but it's just a fucking book. Fascinating. Do you think the pale man held such a treasure on his shelf? Read the foreword, read Torna's Lament. Close the book. Yeah, read the foreword. A Dream of Unity Under Earth. The book begins with a lengthy essay about the foundation of Norwegian cultural values. It's really like a guide, if anything, on what a Norwegian person is, how their values come from various tribes in the old country, and how together they have formed something greater under earth. To give away the old and embrace the new. It is not a completely bad move. To unite a folk is to build commonality, to lower inequality. Although, of course, there were many direct ways the state at the time made sure that the old did not remain in the shadows. Violence and oppression, at times. The text directly explains how a new Norwegian culture will help the city grow and fight against inequity and injustice through unity. Mainly by being generous and not hoarding wealth, among other things. Okay. I think I can agree with that. Then finally, it does touch upon the connection with dwarves as well, and how the Norwegian spirit is not contained within humans only. It's not just blood, it's sweat and tears as well. Those folk who unite with us will not be seen as an other. They too are Earth's folk. They too are Earth's guard. That's a long-ass foreword. A lovely sentiment. I don't agree with any of this. Yeah, a lovely sentiment. I agree. I feel like, once again, it's one of those things that's easily corrupted, but indeed, this is something to live up to. Read Torna's Lament. I went with you to foreign shores, my lord, my guard. I pray you keep from harm the beasts, each shard a proof of your devotion. Thus I give myself to your folk. I give my life for a home at the river, in that sliver of land, to vanquish the beasts who roam, the evil who lair, the fires that burn, to build a life along the river. Every shepherd knows the song, it blows up the river. Earth lives in that sliver of land. It is your favorite. Okay, well, so it is. It's a good one. I like it. Close the book. You shut it, looking upon the title once more. Collected Chants of Norvik. This is a really great book. Place the book back on the shelf. Do I feel strongly about this one? Not really, I don't think. Place the book on the shelf. You do so. It fits nicely back onto its slot. This book does not deserve your toxic presence? What is wrong with you, Strength? If you were stronger, more capable, then perhaps you could have carried that weight. What? You really want the book? One day it could be yours. This is very confusing. I'm just putting back the book. Let us forget this for now. The book stares at you from the shelf. Okay, so there was something with this is a really nice book, maybe leading to me trying to keep it, right? Now I'm curious. Now I kind of want to click on it again and see if I can do something about it. Let's see. This is a really great book. It is. No, that's it. Yeah. Strange. What a strange reaction by Strength. It was also a very high DC for something there, right? Alright, well, let's leave the books alone. What about this one? Ancient Tome. You flip the tome open. There are fine handwritten letters scattered across the pages. You can read the symbols, but they are in Old Draconic Dimenorian. It was the common language of men, spread across the coast during the Arcane Era to become the lingua dominans in trade and politics. Tell me more about the Arcane Era. 511 years of rapid magical technological growth, as well as the birth and death of the great human magocracies in Dimenor. Now reads. And then 27 years ago. Yeah, that much, we knew a little bit about that. De verbis draconum ars occulta. The author's name appears to be Calem de Minori. De verbis draconum ars occulta? From the dragon's word? Something? Old Draconis, can I try to read it? Right, I need to get my hands on comprehend languages. That's a spell, probably. Old Draconic. Yes, the tongue of the dragon masters of Old Dominor. Dimenor. I always say Dominor. Dimenor. Charisma has something to say about this. Old Dimenor, a term for Dimenor, often used to refer to the band before it was renamed Reeds during the end of the Coast War. Capitulation agreements. The Coast War capitulation agreements. Some say it with sarcasm, some say it with pride, some say it with fear. The Coast War, nearly a century-spanning conflict between every great nation of the Arcane Era. Scholars estimate it claimed more than half of the entire human population. It is said to have begun in 398 AE. By the inciting spark of the assassination of Priestess Ilona, and it generally agreed to have concluded with the fall of Thazan in 481 AE, 57 years ago. I mean, we know... Are you going to repeat what the Arcane Era is? No, Wisdom chimes in. The fourth out of 5 eras, when the Arcanists rose and dominated the entire coast, only to fall with the Coast War, when the Coast War crumbled their empires to dust. Humans served them faithfully for centuries before the Arcanists rose up against them. So the dragons, right? Or the Dragon Masters, sorry. Yeah. Sometimes I need to be careful, like, to keep up with the conversation because of all the lore sort of interventions. Can I try to read it? No. You have no idea what this means. Right, I need to get my hands on comprehend languages. You do. It's highly annoying that you seem to have lost your memorization. Fuck you, intelligence. Find a spell scroll. Maybe you could buy it somewhere. It's fairly common. Alright, leave the tome alone then. What about this one? Open manual for esoteric geometry. You know this already. Oh. I don't know why I found incense in the book, but I'll take it. What about this one then? We seemed very excited to see it. Is that? Ruined prayer book. -3 intelligence? The book is ruined. Most of the pages, while dry now, have been completely drenched. Oh, that was my book! Right. That as a cleric I was using. Ah. Only a few pages of the soggy Brackenist papyrus pages are readable. Bracken-ish papyrus. Papyrus? Is that how you pronounce it in English? Papyrus, yeah. Bracken-ish papyrus pages are readable. They appear to contain some type of undecipherable. I also don't really know how to pronounce that. Cipher. Undecipherable symbols. Jesus. Ascani writing, the most basic kind. Wait. Oh no. Someone has attempted to dry this to the best of their ability. Uh-oh. No, no, no! What is happening, intelligence? By Earth. Phoenix Folio updated. This is your prayer book. So many hours wasted. Oh, it took you a long time to realize that this was my book. You would have to rebind the whole thing. It is ruined. That'll cost a fortune. says Dexterity. Well, take the Ruined Prayer Book. The tool of an arcane cleric, an instrument of the state used to handle rogue spellcasters. The cover indicates it as a spellbook. Wait, the cover indicates it is a spellbook with hymns dedicated to the river Torna, Earth's passing, and the Reconquest. This one's yours. You've spent years perfecting it. Most pages are smudged. It feels terrible to even think about the knowledge lost. You need to get it rebound. Yeah, what a shame. All of our hard work. Oh, hold on. Oh, I thought we were limited to a certain numbers of... Well, maybe it's just that. I thought that was the bottom line before. But no, there's more. Well... I'm assuming that's part of the quest. Ooh. Class conflict, and now it leads to Phoenix Folio. After your river adventure, your old spellbook is ruined. Find a service provider who can rebind it for you. Fix your ruined spellbook, damn it! Right, we will. Jeez, chill. Okay, so each of these is then going to be like a quote-unquote quest, like, or side quest, or part of the quest. Which, that's a lot. There's going to be a lot of stuff to do in this one. Alright, so we're good around here. How about we talk to Viskin once and for all? What happens if I try to trifle with him? Human cause no trouble, it said. Charm person and the mind expansion. Dexterity check. Oh, it's a pickpocket item. Yeah. Okay, this is pickpocket. This doesn't say anything. This one doesn't say that it's a check. I don't want to... What's up, gnomes? Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little concerned. Let's just talk to Viskin and see what's up. Viskin, local mortician. The pale man sits hunched over a stack of forms, busy at work, his pencil slowly filling out line after line. On the top paper, you see an icon of a serpentine drake. A great perch. These are official documents of the city. Says intelligence. Charisma. Oh no, that's Viskin. Oh yeah, the purple color. Yeah, okay. Get it. I like the use of color. Again, very cool. Up and about, are we? Wonderful. Death. This is death. I am Viskin, local entrepreneur and proprietor of this lich house. It appears you don't really belong here, but if there's anything I can do, cleric, just let me know. He smiles at you. Oh no, he's friendly. I don't like friendly people. You can't trust them. Yet, his eyes say something else. Okay, wisdom is, detecting something. And his voice is familiar to you. Those are really high DCs, by the way, that we're getting right now. Bow before this creature. I won't strength, or I'm gonna try not to. Look around the room. Did you save my life? I woke up below. I have a lot of questions. Look around the room. Dimly lit and damp, a musky stench lingering in the air. You see books and flasks and stone altars around the circular chamber. There are several corpses present. These stone tables were once modular altars used in some advanced ritual. That's why they can move along the beams. Okay. Did you save my life? He puts down his pen. Your life is your own. You owe me nothing. However, I'm afraid to say you've been through quite the turmoil, cleric. Tell me everything. I died, didn't I? I died, didn't I? Those fishermen who brought you here certainly thought so. Eyes of the working man do not deceive, says Constitution. Not that I blame them. You weren't exactly in a prime condition. Prime condition? You're always in your prime condition. Shut up, Strength. You never are. Shut up, Wisdom. I'm somewhere in between, okay? River Takey. They'd caught you in their net, believe it or not. Such a strange tale. How did I end up in a river? Were those fishermen? Where can I find this fisherman? So I am, in fact, alive? I have other questions. Okay. How did I end up in a river? I'm afraid I don't have much to tell. Perhaps you fell off one of the bridges to Tolstad. There are 7 bridges over River Torna connecting Tolstad to the rest of the city. I would never fall. This must have been an assassination attempt. I must have slipped. Happens all the time. Perhaps there is an esoteric explanation to all of this. Yeah, perhaps there is an esoteric explanation to all of this. I'm wondering if it's a somehow, you know, suicide attempt, but... For some reason, that is my first thought. Perhaps there is an esoteric explanation to all of this. Perhaps. You would know, cleric. Who were these fishermen? River Guilders, I believe. They did not look like poachers, so my guess would be that. Find them. They hold the truth. So where can I find these fishermen? Ponders your question. I did not ask for names, sorry to say, but perhaps Waterlane? It's just a guess. Either that or the local tavern. I hope you find them. So, I am in fact alive? The pale man stops for a moment. He looks you up and down. Yes. I believe you are. Alive, once dead. I have some other questions, I think. Do you now? I require assistance with some things. There's a zombie in your basement or a wisdom DC 29? Figure out what's weird about this guy? Oh, shit. So we have a suspicion that something's weird about Viskin, but to know that we need a DC 29. +1, you're exhausted, but -5 total. There's a zombie downstairs and dark magic on the corpse below. I mean, it's still like we need a 20 or nothing else. Or I'm not sure how the game does critical rolls, but I'm assuming it, you know, 1's always a failure and 20's always a success. I mean, if this is disco rules, there's no harm in trying, and then, you know, we can unlock that later. Let's question first. I require assistance with some things. Of course, cleric. Anything for the city. I don't know where to go. What do you know about spellcasting? You called me cleric. Make air quotes. So cool. I don't know where to go. Your shaky voice makes you sound positively Fort Viv lad. A dwarvish word meaning desperation, anguish, hysteria brought from mental pain. I don't mean to tell you what to do, cleric, but there's a certain rumor that our local goblin chieftain is waiting for you. Goblin, short and green, got claws and fangs, little monsters. They've got 3 tribes in Norvik that are considered somewhat civilized. Thank you, Charisma. The goblin chieftain, what rumor? Yeah, what rumor? Just common murmuring. Lady Miska Sageleaf is her name. She's down in the Goblin Garden. Of course you've heard of her. Lady Sageleaf is quite famous. She leads one of the 3 goblin tribes exonerated by Earth after the Conquest. The Conquest is the correct way of referring to the historical events in which humans founded Norvik. Most humans, however, refer to it as the Reconquest, implying that they owned the land before. Fair enough. The Reconquest, the historical event in Norvik, began with Earth's landing in 466 AE and is said to have finished by 468 AE, when Earth finished eradicating the trolls who roamed the ruins of Tulin Cattle. It is a point of contention if it should be called a Reconquest or just a conquest, as no humans had ever lived in the location before. The name is spoken in both reverence and fear. The Dragon of Tolstad is added as a new quest. They call her the Dragon of Tolstad. I'm not afraid of some goblin woman. She sounds scary. The goblins live in a garden. I mean, we are presumably afraid of women because of our low strength, right? That's what the game said. The goblins live in a garden is an interesting response too. She sounds scary. She is. Treat her with respect, cleric. His eyes say for your own good. Lady Sageleaf is a powerful ally. I would even go so far as to call her the de facto lawkeeper here on this island fortress. A sliver of genuine tone slips out. He has a great respect for this dragon. Ooh, dexterity success. Wait, this is part of the job? Talking with some petty goblin queen? Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with it, dexterity. You may find her at the southern tip of Tolstad, the Pellman says, and keeps scribbling on his papers in front of you. Alright. We'll find the goblin queen. Or whatever she is. Goblin chieftain. Proper terminology. What do you know about spellcasting? Quite a bit. Seems wary on the subject. My prayer book is ruined! Can you teach me the magic? Can you explain the very basics of spellcasting? How do I get more spells? That's all I have to ask about. Okay, well, let's go for it. My prayer book is ruined. Yes, I noticed. You should speak with Shen, down on Waterlane View, a bookbinder. It'll cost you, but he could fix it right up. As a cleric, you obviously only need your faith to cast spells, but sure, a spellbook won't hurt in the long run. Can you teach me magic? Slight smirk creeps onto his face. I sadly don't have time for a proper lecture at the moment. After the election, I could make time, if you're interested. Great knowledge awaits. Beware. His tutelage holds great evil. Yeah, some maybe linking to that idea of dark magic and working on corpses and maybe some weird experiments. Until then, you are free to browse my collection, he says, glancing at the many books along the western wall. And of course... Hey, he gave me the spell. I didn't have to... I wonder if I picked it up earlier, he would have been like, oh, seems like you already, you already got it. Well, see? We were honest and it paid off. Yeah. Charm person, first level enchantment spell. If the target fails a wisdom check, You'll be their favorite person for a little while. Of course, after that, they will surely hate you, but who cares about that? A copy of Charm Person. It will surely be useful to you. Truly diabolical spell. The towers teach it only to higher tier spellcasters, usually, despite its first level. That's a great shortcut to charming people, although you gotta be careful with the fallout, says Charisma. If you care about such things... Yeah, it's funny because I remember that being some of my first difficult experiences with Baldur's Gate 3 is when I charmed someone and then, you know, they were very angry at me just after that, and it basically almost ruined my entire... I almost ruined my entire playthrough because of that. Could you explain the very basics of spellcasting? Oh, I mean, of course. Embarrassing. Shut up, Intelligence. I've been through a lot of trauma in the past few hours, okay? He wonders if your head is still filled with water. As a wizard, you memorize your spell before casting them. As an arcane cleric, you must memorize your spells during a prayer at a shrine. There's one downstairs by the apples. Okay, where can I find more shrines? There's the Temple of Earth, of course. It's just up the stairs, past the pillar. There's also one on Waterlane View, I believe, past the trade post. You'll find more hidden around every corner, I can promise you that. How do I get more spells? 2 ways. You could spend time learning them, drafting pages out of the palace archives, or the great library in the towers, since you obviously would have some access to that. However, I don't believe you have time for either of those options. So I would suggest the other route. What is that? Spell scrolls. Oh yeah, I saw one downstairs. Right, scrolls with spells on them. Yeah, I saw one downstairs. Yes, a piece out of my collection. Oh. You're very much allowed to indulge, cleric. I'm glad to assist in the city in any way. He puts them out for you on purpose. Why? Yeah, that is suspicious. Now, Tolstad is filled with all kinds of strange caches. You'll probably encounter more by just looking around. Get your hands on a scroll, then just memorize it. Cantrips or spells, doesn't matter. I'm sure you're talented enough to memorize them on the spot. I am! Strike a heroic pose. Sure, thanks. We'll see about that. I definitely am. I just did. Twice, I think, since the start of this playthrough. So yeah, I am. He nods to you and goes back to his writing. Well, that's all I have to ask about spellcasting. Very well. If you want to practice, feel free to cast anything non-lethal on my servant, Oast. Wow. That's evil. Okay, Wisdom. Listen. Wisdom might be a little bit... You know, relax a little bit, Wisdom. Live a little. You know, have fun. Sounds like good practice. Yeah, on this, you know... On this particular point, I think I agree with Intelligence. Maybe I will. I don't want to do that. In fact, it sounds quite awful. Can I try casting on you instead? He stares at you. Waste of a spell slot, I'm afraid. You believe him. Yeah, I mean, he's probably too strong for any of my spells to work on him. So that would make sense. He does not wish to elaborate further. Danger. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like Viskin is not who he pretends he is. I feel like maybe there's something about him that is not quite human, for instance. I don't know. Maybe he is afraid that me casting spells on him would reveal his real appearance or something. I don't know. I feel like he is way more than meets the eye. You called me cleric. Make air quotes. I did, yes. What gave it away? He stops for a second and glares at you. The facade drops for but a moment. heavily armored man in Earthguard colors with a prayer book on his hip. Thoughts land on the page of spells you've meticulously worked on for years. They might have found you in the river, but you're clearly of city stock. Could be happenstance, or I am indeed the cleric. I wonder if this would be like a reaffirmation of my class, and then we'd get like level 3 on the cleric class thing. Could be happenstance. Could it? Could it? Could. Could it? Could. I like that. This is such a nice line. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You know, like the reaffirmation of, yeah, surely. Happenstance, perchance. What does happenstance mean again? Yeah. Sure. He puts down his pen and stares at you. How's that head of yours, cleric? I'm fine. I'm fine. A bit rattled is all. I think I've been reborn. What's up? Loth... Hold on. Lothamar King. That's how you read it. How are you doing today? The game any good? So far, pretty good, yeah. I'm only very at the beginning of it. But I've been very impressed so far. The writing is really good, the art's really good. The lore's expensive. Yeah, if you liked Disco Elysium, or you like the very verbose CRPGs, I think you'll find something to be happy about in this one. Yeah. Love that game. That's why I'm here. Yeah. No, if you like Disco, this will scratch the itch. It's very different in the vibe, but you know, of course, like more fantasy inspired, lots more D&D stuff. Feels a bit more lore forward than Disco was, but yeah, no, it definitely scratches that itch with the way the skills interact and all that. Yeah. So far, I am very pleased with it, even though I haven't made much progress. How's that head of mine? I'm fine. I wonder if there's a part of me that wonders if I go with I think I've been reborn, if you know, maybe that's something where I can redefine who I am as a character. It would be interesting. Yeah, disco in a fantasy setting is very much what it feels like. Waiting on Zero Parade. Yeah, I'll be playing Zero Parades at the end of this year. I'm giving it a bit of time, but I'm gonna be playing Zero Parades in December. That's the plan, at least. Gotta play Zero Parades before the end of the year, then? Yeah, you should. Yeah, this is, imagine if Disco Elysium was a TTRPG campaign, except this time it's dungeon mastered by Matt Mercer instead of Charles Bukowski or whatever Disco would be like. I don't know if Charles Bukowski would DM a TTRPG, but that's kind of what Disco Elysium feels like sometimes. That would be wild. Yeah, this one, I don't know, it feels, there's a lot of political stuff, like, right, Lothamar, like, if you like that in Disco, there's a lot of that here as well. But it feels a little bit more whimsical, a little bit more lighthearted in its humor compared to the very sort of dark, decadent humor of Disco Elysium. But again, I've barely played this one, so I'm in a poor position to judge. And the you know, not to say this one's silly, it's not. There's a lot of already pretty dark stuff we've seen. Anyway, I need to answer that question. How's that Ed of yours? A bit rattled is all. His calm expression does not change. Like a glass doll, the pale man is not real. Beware, says Wisdom. See, I'm telling you, there's something about this guy. There's something behind the mask. He's pretending to be something he's not. And Wisdom agrees with that. I am the cleric. I am not a cleric. No way. Why do I have to be anything? We could, you know, we could go very philosophical there. Why do I have to be anything? The pale man shrugs. I suppose labels are constricting, but we're all something, aren't we? And so it is. The last two ones that I didn't want to click on. That's what I'm left with. I am the cleric. I am not a cleric. No way. I mean, I have affirmed that I was a cleric earlier, but... The game's forcing you to get down from that fence. Am I okay? Am I a cleric? Am I okay being a cleric? I think I mean, I'm fine with it. I don't know what else I could be. What's up, Credo? I mean, I don't know who I am, so might as well embrace who everyone thinks I am, which is the cleric, right? Although this is more than just I am a cleric. This is I am the cleric, right? There's a bit of a grandeur there, which I think is interesting. Hey, we're at 10 a.m. on day one. We've made it past the second hour of the game. Great success. Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna push back against the cleric idea. Like, when I woke up, I was like, you know, your name is cleric. Oh, is it? And then I'm like, now that I'm, you know, sort of starting to appreciate the world around me and I wake up from death, I'm like, there's no way I'm a cleric. No way. Interesting. What are you, Den? I'm a sexy rogue? I'm a hero? I'm a wizard? No, I am a cleric. I am not a sexy rogue. I think dexterity would make fun of me if I tried to pretend. I don't know if I'm a wizard. Intelligence is a bit annoying. I wonder what hero is, if it's constitution or wisdom. I could be, you know, a hero of the people, wisdom, right? Cleric seems to be associated with strength. Sexy rogue's definitely dex. Wizards, intelligence. Hero could be charisma too. I don't know. I wonder if you can click those and then change your mind. Just to see what happens, right? I think I'm gonna go with hero. That's the one that I'm most curious about. Like, I get an idea of what sexy rogue's going for with the dexterity. We've seen some of dexterities. You know, wizards, clearly intelligence. I'm curious about hero. Yeah. I'm a hero. The pale man stares at you in silence for a few seconds. Ah, of course. Here to save the day? Fuck yes, pump your fist. Or something like that. See, I don't know if you're still there, Lothamar, but you can, I'm sure you can see the disco-esque sort of influence there. This is very much Copo types in action, you know, with a fantasy skin. It does, Quasi, for sure. Here to save the day. Fuck yes! Pump your fist! Wonderful. I don't think Viskin cares very much about my delusions. That's all the help I need, thanks. Great. Anything else you wanted to ask? Wait. The DC hasn't changed, even though I have an extra -1. He is resistance to your spell? Question mark? Was it 29 before? No, it was 28 still before. I don't know. Maybe 28's the top cap. It can go higher for whatever reason. And maybe I'm getting minuses, but I'm still above cap. Or, I don't know. Yeah, not sure what's happening. Well, maybe I missed... No, I didn't miss it all here. Whatever. It's fine. Oh, or maybe the number doesn't... No, I think the number was affected when we had checks downstairs earlier. I think the number changed. I wasn't sure if it was just like it would, you know, plus, minus would change after the roll, but no, I think the DC showed the difference. I don't know. Let's keep investigating. We'll see. Let's remember that. -28 and -6 + 1. There's a zombie in your basement. Oh, how quaint. No, an undead abomination right below. That is not an appropriate response. Sure, why is it there? See, he seems okay with the idea of zombies being there. An undead abomination. I don't know. It wasn't that bad. That is not an appropriate response. Apologies, cleric. We're closely connected with the city below. The undead seemingly wander as they please. The city below, short for the city below the city, a phrase used to describe the incredible amount of tunnels and ruins below Norvik. Lots of monsters and stuff down there. Also riches, if you delve deep enough. The game warned us not to go alone in the dungeons, which I'm assuming the city below is one, but I don't know. But thank you, Charisma. What about monsters? Monster, short for monstrosity, defined as a non-sentient creature born out of magical means, often by combining various natural beasts from curses or esoteric events. However, I will have to take this up with Lady Sageleaf. I pay good crowns for HWBT protection. So a zombie shouldn't be there. He didn't seem concerned though. I don't know. What's HWBT? HWBT, the Halfway Bridge Tribe, commonly called the Halfways, one of the 3 goblin tribes in Norvik and arguably the most influential, despite their small size. Led by Lady Miska Sageleaf with their headquarters in the Goblin Garden on Tolstad. It makes sense that someone controlling a bridge, which is what I'm assuming is going on, like a passage, would have a lot of power, right? I feel like it's a pretty typical fantasy trope, or even like, probably based in reality, right? People who held bridges, being able to make people pay a toll and all that, probably would be, have a lot of control over an area. He's lying through his fancy teeth. Okay, Wisdom is calling the guy out. Why is he lying to us? Wisdom is very useful. That's why, I was very happy to pick that as well, on top of the political inclination. I think the fact that you can read people like books is pretty useful in a game that's mostly based about interacting with people. Why is this option underlined? Is why, I wonder if it's like you engage the character in a meaningful way or something. Maybe like a significant option, right? It kept moving apples down there. You don't seem very alarmed about this. Great to have cleared that up. I have some other questions. Move on. You don't seem very alarmed about this. A stray undead creature will cause no trouble here. Gives you a rare smile and turns to the kobold by the stairs. Isn't that right, Oast? Yes, master. What's up, Jespi's face? How are you today? You've been enjoying more of that new card game. Chrono CCG, is that? I don't know if I have the guts to get into another CCG at this point. Or time. Or money. All of those things. Why? There's something weird in the interactions between these people. An undead creature will cause no trouble. Is Oast actually undead? It kept moving apples down there. Oh, the apples? Fascinating behavior. He does not appear very fascinated. Okay, am I gonna... I could ignore the fact that he's lying to me, or I could click that, which... The fact that it's underlined kind of scares me. I feel like it's a meaningful confrontation that may have consequence, like major consequences. I'm sort of hesitant. I think it's gonna be hard not to click on it though. The curiosity will get the best of me. Chrono, it's fun. I dropped like $100. I have a bunch of decks, definitely challenging. Yeah. I definitely do not have $100 for a card game at this point in my life. I played a bunch of MTG like a few years back for a while. Like I got back into Arena, you know. I used to play MTG in the old days, right? But I got back into Arena and spent a little bit of money on it, and then, you know, Arena started, well, MTG in general started jumping the shark with Universes Beyond becoming part of Standard, and like 6 fucking sets a year to keep up with Standard. I was like, I'm good. This is too much for me. This is way too expensive for my blood to keep up. Because if I'm gonna play a card game, I want to be competitive, right? I want to sort of, I want to have the means to play properly. So yeah, it became too expensive to play MTG at that point. And also, I don't like the Universes Beyond being part of Standard. I like them being part of Magic in general. I think that's more than fine. It's great that it brings new people in. It's great that people can have fun with it in, you know, secondary formats. But Standard was always supposed to be the canon. It was the, you know, where the story was happening. It's what established sort of the, you know, the proper artistic vision of MTG. And I think adding Universes Beyond to that kind of just dilutes the whole thing in a way that's not pleasant to me. I don't like it. Yeah. Yeah, chess piece, for sure, for sure. I mean, listen, I'm not saying I don't get it. Every fucking company in the world's hurting right now. And they're all trying to stay afloat and make money and all that, but, you know. It's just, as a consumer, we have a choice to make at some point. My choice was to uninstall and never look back. Yep. But yeah, if Chrono has the same approach of collecting and monetizing as Runeterra had, it should be fine. Because Runeterra, I feel like you could go pretty far with just free stuff. It was pretty generous with its rewards. Anyway, I'm gonna challenge him on his lies. I'm definitely gonna challenge him on his lies. But before I do that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go open my windows. I'm gonna take a 30-second break. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Let's confront Viskin about his lies. Right after this. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you. Alright, windows have been opened. Fresh air's slowly coming in. Water's gonna be ingested. Time to confront Viskin about his lies. And see what happens with the underlined response. Maybe it's a mechanic, we'll see. Wait! No, I don't actually believe you. What do you mean, cleric? You're a criminal harboring zombie workers. You need to be punished, prepared to attack? Okay, hold on. Let's not do that. The zombie is clearly working for you. That is illegal. You're doing something weird here. I don't like it one bit. I mean, I don't know if the zombie's working for him. I think it's a good assumption. I'm not gonna attack him. That's unreasonable. I am the law, yeah. I'm not gonna attack him, but... You're doing something weird here. I don't like it one bit. It's a little... sheepish? Is that the word? Hold on, what does sheepish mean? Sheepish. Yeah, silly, you know, like a bit embarrassed. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm very confident in my accusation. But I don't know if I care about it being illegal. That's a brainy. Having zombies work for you? Hmm. Are you confident in my... not really, but I mean, it seems like the likeliest explanation. I'm gonna... Okay, I'm gonna go with the zombies clearly working for you. That is illegal. I greatly apologize for putting you in this situation. It is my neglect that led to this undead creature entering the tower. I will make sure to tighten up security in the future. That... He's... No, you're... This isn't... He's lying to me. He's manipulating me. Stop. Charm person. Charm person. No, that would be a bad idea. This isn't... Ost. We'll do a clean sweep of the basement this evening. Get ready. The kobold gives a screeched yell. Yes, master. They're gonna kill the... Oh, God. Now the zombie's gonna die because of me. I mean, at least it's gonna clean the... Maybe I'll get access to the rest of the building after that. I will also make sure to report this both to the HWBT and the militia. I'm trying to say you need to pay for your... You're clearly doing something shady here, so... Of course, I'll be sure to ask for a thorough inspection by the PCG. That guy is a master manipulator. The Pest Control Guild. Pest Control Guild, one of the oldest guilds in Norvig. They were supposed to keep monsters at bay and clean up any unwanted critters across the city. These days, they are so bogged down in requests from citizens and the city that they usually have backlogs for months. If there is anything unbecoming about my business here, it shall be uncovered and unveiled. Thank you very much for your service, cleric. It is because of great men like you that the city still stands. I'm sure a good word to your patriarch will assure a promotion of some kind as well, especially with this great work you're doing on the tea shop. This... DC 19, make him shut up. That's not happening. Charisma 16. Resist is incredible oratory power. It's not a very high percentage roll, but think better of it. I'm gonna try to resist with my charisma. The streak of low rolls continues. I'm pretty sure we still haven't rolled anything over 10, by the way. I'm pretty sure that is our average roll, around 4 or 5. As the pale men blabbered on, you attempt to gather your thoughts and make some kind of point. Come on, just open your mouth and say something, damn it. I think that I agree, and whatever compromise we do end up at, I feel lucky to have had your expertise here on this day. Who knows what would have happened otherwise? Stop muttering. Just say it. I'm trying at the top of your lungs. Oh God. We are covering ourselves in ridicule. This feels like talking to Evra, yeah. With a hint of the classic conversation at the very beginning of the game where you just suddenly start saying stuff you're, you know, not really wanting to say. Alright, yell, "I'm trying!" at the top of your lungs. Your screech echoes throughout the chamber. For the first time, you see a genuinely baffled expression appear on his face. He keeps staring at you for a few uncomfortable seconds. Then he says, "Cleric, with all due respect, perhaps you should see a professional." Ow! That hurt my feelings! -2 HP. His comment hits you in the heart and soul. The Pale Man has an overwhelming authority. I believe we're done with this particular topic. Anything else you need? Figure out what's weird with this guy. Man, still. Can't see the die, but we can see the type of dice, the number of HP lost. Yeah. Yeah, it will work. Well, okay. I really like the system. Like the conversations are fights, right? And you take damage and very, very, very cool. Very disco again. Alright, should I try to roll this? And just on the off chance that I make it? Yeah, let's go for it. Why not? Well, we didn't have much hope for this, but still rolling under 10. This is above average for us, though. You glare at the Pale Man, who keeps working on his documents for approximately 2 minutes. Eventually, you feel stuck in your thoughts. I don't mean to imply I know more than an honorable Earthguard member, my good cleric. However, you must certainly have more important things to do on a day like this. He's correct. Maybe you can get back to this later. Some dice checks are locked on failure and can be attempted later. These checks are unlocked on a long or short rest by spending shards of yore. But a roll with a very high DC should probably be lowered before attempting again. I wish you good luck on your endeavors. Well, I'm going to go now. Before you do, make sure you collect all your belongings. Yeah, the little watch here is one of ours, I think. What belongings? Quite a lot. Your uniform, your cloak, and also a voting card. A peculiar voting card. Every party has been marked on it. I'm assuming it's yours. Yes, sorry. I'm indecisive. I'm not sure if it's mine. Maybe, possibly. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm indecisive. It would be dishonest for me to not pick that answer, I think. The Pale Man ignores your comment. I asked Ost to lay the surviving pages of your spellbook to dry over there, he says and points across the chamber. He then looks at the pocket watch on his desk. This is an esoteric pocket watch. You may have it, cleric. It will surely prove useful to you. Oh, is it maybe not mine then? Like we lost ours? Like we could see it in the water. So he like sort of replaces it for us? Esoteric Pocket, an area overtaken by esoteric magic. Exceedingly rare along the coast. The further inland you get, the more common they are, with the infinite wastes being theorized to be filled with nothing but. So, an interesting thing with the infinite waste being filled with esoteric magic, right? Sort of reminds me kind of the Pale. Again, the comparisons are gonna happen. That sort of separates the different parts of the world, right? Esoteric magic, term for naturally occurring magic caused by the shape and form of yours realm, sometimes called wild magic or yours discord. Beyond that, you should be good. Did I have any weapons on me? None, I'm afraid. They must be at the bottom of River Torna. Good, you do not need arms in the city, you need heart. Got it. The Pale Man turns his face towards you and smiles. Unnatural. If only every government employee were as devoted as you, cleric. It gives you a stern expression. Good luck on your quest. What a weasel. It started fine. I had my suspicion, but it was mostly fine. And now, the more we were questioning him, the more weasel he is getting. Buttery words and, you know, honeyed words, as they say. These words burn a hole in your heart. When exploring the city, you may move faster by running. To do so, either double-click or hold Shift the left trigger. Okay. Time to go. Leave. Alright. Can I behold him again? No. Okay. Well, let me grab my pocket watch. +1 intelligence. Advantage in esoteric events. The silver line timepiece never shows the correct time of day. It is always at least 10 hours out of alignment, no matter how much you try anyone tries to correct it. At a touch, you can feel the faint magic pulsating within. The wielder gains a greater perception of esoteric happenings and occurrences within 200 feet. +1 intelligence and advantage in esoteric events. Well, I'm definitely equipping that. It's a flat-out bonus, so no reason not to. Alright. The questing tree. We do have something new related to the tea shop. You're here on request of Lady Sageleaf, the Goblin Chieftain in Tolstad. Go see her right away. She's in the Goblin Garden, southern tip of Tolstad. We have a new spell, don't we? Charm person. 1 action, arcane, 30 feet, V and S. Oh, I looked up 5e rules. S was somatic. Verbal, somatic, and component or whatever. Yeah. So gestures, right? I was right that it was about gestures. I didn't remember that it was called somatic. Nice. Meaning if you're immobilized, you can't use them. You attempt to charm a humanoid you can see within range. It must make a wisdom saving throw and does so with advantage if you or your companions are fighting it. If it fails the saving throw, it is charmed by you until the spell ends, or until you or your companions do anything harmful to it. The charmed creature regards you as friendly acquaintance. When the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you. I probably should go equip that before proceeding any further. Oh, could I charm the zombie to have it move out of the way? Let's engage. Prepare spell. Right? Finish. No reason to cast that spell. Oh, maybe it's not a... Maybe I need to talk to it. Wisdom tooth. I don't want to try to pickpocket it. I'm afraid it's gonna attack the zombie. Can I charm? Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm assuming zombies are not humanoids? Question mark. Zombies aren't people. Listen! I'm a very respectful and inclusive human being. I consider zombies full-fledged people. Oh, then it appears. Okay, I could try charming him. I'm not going to, but I could try. He said I could try using spells on Ost, right? I believe that's what he said. An unlocked chest full of strange rocks. Is Ost gonna be mad at me for touching it? No, okay. Shard of Yore. Free for me to pick up. A bright rock. It fits your hand nicely. These can be found all over Norvik. Some speculate they are all shards of Yore's pillar. To untrained hands, they have no inherent value, but you might use these to alter fate itself. Spend in dialogues to unlock dice checks. Okay. Alright, let's trifle with him first. Light crossbow. I'm not gonna pickpocket it. I am not a good pickpocket. Let's talk to him. Yeah. Wiggling his little clawed feet, the kobold follows your every move with cold, unflinching yellow eyes. Masters say you behave. You don't tell me what to do. You're adorable. I have some questions for you. I mean, I am a hero. I don't think he tells me what to do, right? Oh, wait, hold on. Thank you for your time. The class conflict wasn't affected by me claiming I was a hero. An interesting tale, I would say. Oh, River Takee, you were brought to the Lich House by some fishermen, but how did you survive your plunge into the river? This constellation of quests is such an interesting way of displaying it. I'm very curious where it's gonna go. Okay, the Goblin Gardens are down there. We're here. If zombies and vampires existed, how would we treat them under law? Anyone have any media that gets into it? What we do in the shadows? Maybe the TV show touches on that a little bit? I don't know. Probably not, because they're, you know, they're hiding from people, I guess. Like, it would imply having a society of zombies and vampires that was out in the open. Oh, Shaun of the Dead, very, very slightly at the end of the movie touches on zombies being part of, you know, normal society and working in grocery stores as baggers and all that. Yeah. Daybreakers? Never. I don't think I've heard of it. We don't even treat actual people well under law currently. Yeah, that's true in a lot of cases. Also implied they're trying to kill people to feed. Yeah. I mean, I think maybe Jim Butcher's Dresden Files maybe touches a bit on lawful treatment of fantasy creatures, right? Tiny bit, yeah. Anyway, let's talk to Ost again. Masters say you behave. You're adorable. I mean, he's a cute little guy. Look at him sitting on his chest. You're adorable. The kobold glares at you. Complete and utter annihilation. The aura of a conqueror. A killer. Your soul shudders. He's just a little guy. What do you mean, wisdom? Glare back or avert your pathetic human gaze. I am glaring back at him. Glare back. Your eyes meet each other, still, ever vigilant. Is that a mosquito down there? Show yourself. So I can murder you. Vampire going to his local butchery and being greeted with, "Hey, Robert, saved you some pork. Oh, positive, just for you." No, you love it. Yeah. Yeah, it would be interesting. Like, imagine a society where vampires are just completely integrated. Do humans do blood donations? Is that a thing? Do we have a system for like blood donations to feed vampires and keep them under contract, right? Under control, like allow them not to go rampage. Like it's kind of a deal with them. Like, hey, if you give us regular blood, we won't go on a rampage, and we'll just be fine. And then would people be okay with that? That could be an analogy. You could make a story on that. That's an analogy for healthcare, like global healthcare, right? People having to contribute for others to be healed and be able to be normal part of the society, right? There's frequently a shortage of blood. Yeah, but in this world, it would be implied that much more people would maybe do it. Like it would be mandatory, right? Maybe it would be a world where giving blood would be mandatory. So everyone would have to do it regularly, which changes the entire function of the way society functions. And, you know, maybe as a result, not only do the vampires get fed regularly enough that they don't go on a rampage, but maybe humans also benefits from it. Suddenly there's enough blood for transfusions and all that, and so it becomes beneficial for everyone. And maybe that's how the government justifies it for people. But maybe some people still disagree that they should give their blood, you know, and maybe that's a point of contention. But, you know, maybe there's rebel factions that are trying to be separatists and, you know, because they don't agree with having to give their blood. And yeah, obviously there would be vampires who maybe live on the fringe and miss the actual act of hunting humans. And then this, you know, this brings a whole lot of different crimes and stuff that could be happening. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it more than the past 3 minutes. I think there's a story there. I think there's interesting concepts to be developed, and you could tell a pretty interesting story about all this. Thematically rich. Definitely natural conflicts. So, yeah. I think this would be solid. Well, that's the thing, Macaron. It's, you know, we're talking about a fictional world. It doesn't have to be true to real life. In fact, it would be pretty boring if it was true to real life. The fact that it's almost, there's a dystopian nature to it is what makes it interesting. And that being said, it's not very different if you really think about it. I understand the medical sort of principles, but if you ignore the medical principles and just think about it from an ethical point of view, you contributing blood mandatorily is not that much different to you paying taxes, you know, having to share some of your acquired money from your hard work and sweat and blood in some cases. The metaphor is very obvious there, you know. I think there's something interesting there. Central conflict of Daybreakers. In True Blood, it's synthetic blood that is apparently not as tasty as real human blood. Yeah, but that works for a fucking, you know, young adult, new adult TV show. I'm trying to think of a bit more of a, you know, trying to think about something that's a bit more charged in its analogy, I guess. Yeah, chipmunk? Yeah. Because I take PrAP from contracting HIV, I can donate blood legally. Huh. That's... yeah. Unfortunate. Main problem with that show, I love the idea, but it doesn't do much with them. Societal front, just bullshit drama. Yeah, I mean, that's the, you know, the show isn't trying to make those points, I guess. And I'm sure the audience, a large portion of the audience wouldn't be interested in those aspects anyway. It is, after all, just a fun TV show, and that doesn't take anything away from it. A lot of stuff just needs to be fun, this or that, right? Yeah. Anyway, it appears that I'm in a stereo contest with host Chief of Security. Your eyes meet each other, still ever vigilant. I'm gonna keep glaring. The kobold does not move. Glare some more. Yep, you're staring at each other. I'm not gonna... I refuse to avert my pathetic human gaze. I'm gonna keep glaring. Eyes meet eyes. Glare, glare! You are looking at a kobold's yellow eyes. Stare in an angry or fierce way. I'm gonna keep staring. Looking hard. Leaning close to the kobold's stern face. I should avert my pathetic human gaze. Stop looking. I'm not. No. I'm gonna lean in close to the kobold's stern face. The intimidation factor is insane! Okay, charisma. The kobold meets your gaze and keeps meeting it. I don't think I'm getting anything more out of this. Keep staring. I'm gonna keep staring. You keep looking at the kobold. I know it's a loop, but there's a part of me that hopes there's something happening after a while. What a nice history. Look at the history of the conversation. Beautiful. Yeah, you know what? I don't think I'm getting anything more out of this. Fair. Well, hey, we tried. The kobold looks at you with a cold expression, determined, confident. He's not glaring at you, that's just his default expression. Okay. Well, fuck then. Seems like we just wasted our time. I have some questions for you. Or do I tell him you don't tell me what to do? With these games, I'm always sort of split between, I don't want to be confrontational, but at the same time, I'm like, I want to see every little line of, you know, I want to see where everything goes, right? So, I think this is more about, this is less about you know, being an interactive movie where you like make choices for your character, and it's more about let's exhaust every option because we want to see everything, or as much as we can, and find fun interactions, right? Let's try and see. You don't tell me what to do. I did. Just now. Can't argue against that. Fair enough, host. Yes. Well, I have some questions for you then. Short question. Go. Okay. You are a kobold is not a question. I wonder if that's gonna be his response. You are a kobold. Not question. Next. Try to save the question. Plus 1 DC, you're exhausted. Plus 2 DC, you stared at him? Oh, come on. Well, fuck. Think of a less explosive question. Okay, I'm gonna try to save the question. Maybe we get a good roll, finally. Oh! Yeah, let's go! This is our first success, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, maybe we had one yesterday, or the other day. But I think it was a very low check. This is our first sort of difficult roll that we succeed. Change course, quick! What's up, Primalink? Sexy rogue after all, look at that. Are you a kobold? Do kobolds exist? Am I a kobold? Kobolds, what are they good for? What are you voting in the upcoming election? That's my single question. Can I ask something else? Do kobolds exist is crazy. Kobolds, what are they good for? Seems very charged. I don't think I'm gonna ask that. What are you voting in the upcoming election? Angry Human Party. He's voting for the Angry Human Party. Fair enough. The Party of Norvik? Really? Good choice, little guy. But they hate kobolds. That's a good answer. But they hate kobolds. No, they do good. Strongman lead. Bright tomorrow. Shocking, perhaps, although it takes a special kind of creature to vote in some kind of pragmatic selflessness. I don't know if that's what's happening here. Oh, God. I'm starting to see the problem of wisdom. Wisdom sees the good in every situation. I think wisdom needs a healthy dose of cynicism. What if he's brainwashed? I don't know. He has principles. Tell him he's a good boy. You know what, Constitution? Why not? Why not? You're a good boy. Thanks, he mutters, his words oozing with disdain. Oh, I can ask all the questions. Oh, that is crazy. So good. Are you a kobold? Yes. Better than nothing, I suppose. Okay, sweet, alright. Understood. Okay, sweet, alright. Human done with question? No, I'm far from done. Do kobolds exist? Yes. Am I a kobold? No. Kobolds, what are they good for? Many things. shooting human for one. All right. And that concludes the conversation with Ost. That's my single question. Can I ask something else? Okay. Who are you? I am Ost. I am security chief in Lich House. The kobold appears proud. There is no humility in his voice. A strong little one, nearly immovable. How'd you get this gig? Not gig. What is it again? What is it then? It's not a gig? Not a gig. What is it then? I am a devoted servant or master. You're angering the kobold. So you're a slave! Oh god! Maybe let's not say that. I don't want to anger the kobold. I don't think. I got it. He gives you an expression that could be described as a frown. That is, if it looked in any way different from his regular stony expression. You wouldn't actually shoot me, would you? No promise. It's hard to take you seriously when you're so cute. Do you have a license for that crossbow? I mean, he is a cute little guy. But... It's hard to take you seriously when you're so cute. That's what crossbow is for! I love that he doesn't try to deny how cute he is. He's just like, yeah, that's why I have a crossbow. What now? I think he's threatening you, but it's hard to pick up over how adorable he is. Can I borrow your crossbow? Human is kidding, not funny. You would make greater use of it than his You would make greater use of it than this puny creature. Just take it. For whatever reason, he must have been ordered not to hurt you. Don't push it. The kobold snorts. Go away. That wasn't a question. It was a demand. It wasn't a question. Please? Question mark. Try to convince the kobold. Just take the crossbow. Don't take the crossbow. I could charm him. Right? So I think when the glowing colors are happening down there, that means I have a spell that I can use to help the situation. And it very much feels like the underlined answers are sort of key points. Like that completely might change the way the conversation's going, right? Me confronting Viskin or me taking the crossbow obviously is gonna alter the relationship with the character, right? That seems to be sort of the implication of those underlined choices. I mean, having a crossbow would be nice, I guess, right? But I don't want to charm him because then he's going to be mad. Although Viskin allowed us to use our spells on him, right? He said, feel free to experiment. I kind of have to try it. It feels like I should... Although wisdom suggested that we shouldn't push it. So I don't think I'm going to try to convince him. That would be pushing it, right? I'm not just going to grab the crossbow. What if I convince him and then by the time we're done here... I mean, what is it gonna do? If it's mad at me, it doesn't have a crossbow anymore. Right? And I don't think Viskin would let it hurt me. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna try. Let's try charming the kobold. Cast charm person using a level 1 spell slot. Yes. Oh, let's go! Success! Spell succeeded. Hello, cleric! The kobold greets you with an enthusiastic tone, as his eyes clearly show a veil of charm. The kobold waggles his tail. You have question? I will answer. Oh, believe me, I have so many fucking questions. Oh, that is so freaking great. Hit me. Many question. Go, go. Give me your crossbow, kobold. Oh, crossbow? Yes, yes, you get crossbow, of course. There we go. And now he's just standing there with his arms crossed. He almost shoves it into your hands. Crossbow goes to friend. Use wisely. There's something truly foul about using magic to gain property. Listen, wisdom. We cannot save the working class if we get shot by a kobold. Okay? You gotta break a few eggs to make an omelette. Shut up, conscience. Yeah. What can you tell me about Viskin over there? Oh, yes, of course. Master Viskin has a secret identity. He's actually a... Gah! A dark shock overwhelms the tiny kobold. He shakes his head. Anyway, ask anything, I answer. Could it be a lich? In a lich house? Reanimating corpses, necromancer, whatever, right? What's up, Coily? I feel bad for the kobold. It's fine. Glancing over to the pale man, you find him working away without a care in the world. I don't know if that's... Okay, there's two options there. Either Viskin's, you know, quietly listening to the conversation, and he cast a spell to prevent Oast from revealing his identity. Or there is already like a spell cast on the kobold. Sort of a security, you know, measure. Like if he tries to reveal the identity, he can't because of a much stronger control spell, right? Either or, I think, is what's happening here. I have strong feelings that Viskin's a necromancer. Or a lich himself. I don't know. Are you aware that you are charmed right now? Charmed? No, no, master. I mean, cleric would never. Cleric is friend. Good friend. Okay, now I feel a little bad. It's fine. We were given express permission to practice magic on the kobold. I'm just doing what I'm being told. No more questions. Break the spell. The kobold suddenly lets out a deep growl. You can see the charm loses its power over him as the faint veil is lifted over his eyes. You cast spell! Not okay. The held back rage within this kobold, it's an inferno. Why are you so mad? Why? It's because I am near filthy human. Now, that's just uncalled for. Fair, I'm quite disgusting at the moment. Shut up. Now, that's just uncalled for. It is not. Very called for. Well, agree to disagree then. I have some other questions for you, Kobold. What makes you think I will answer? Because you actually secretly like me? Because you're forced to? Honestly, I don't know. What? Because you actually secretly like me? Not true. Very not true. What? What? The kobold mouths. He's imitating you. I figured. Thank you, Wisdom. I love that it was so obvious that he was mocking us, but Wisdom has to make it, you know, hurt just a little bit more. That's what you sound. Stupid human. Well then because you're forced to. You're right, cleric. Just know, I don't want to speak with you. You are terrible. Stupid. Very useless. And so on. What a verbose little guy. You've made him very angry. And apparently he can't do anything about it. How fantastic. But go ahead. Ask your question. Where were you when the tea shop incident occurred? Incident? Tea shop blow up. Boom. Big boom? Big boom. When it happened, I was on Water Lane on mission. A mission, you say? Not mission. I meant to say errand. Big bada boom, yeah. What were you doing on Water Lane? Milk. Doing milk? No, he means getting milk. Deliver. You deliver milk? I'm not sure I want to know. No, you deliver milk? Yes. Side hustle. The contemporary vernacular in a fantasy setting is always something that gets me. I don't know. I just find it so funny. Kobolds don't even drink milk. I want to know more. I want to know a lot less. I'm gonna ask questions about the milk. The kobold stares at you. This milk situation is intense. Where does the milk come from? Cows. Oh. And where do you get the cow milk? Just cows? Okay, hold on. Just cows? Just. Okay, who buys the milk? Humans. Water Lane humans. They pay many for fresh milk before dawn. The expressionless, cold-blooded kobold is hard to read, but his body language does not exactly scream honesty. It pays. Okay, so Wisdom thinks he might be lying. Of course. 1 second. Yep. There we go. Do kobolds produce milk? No. They are draconic in nature. They lay eggs. Oh, I never thought about that. Huh. I never thought about kobold reproduction. That makes a lot of sense. Do you like milk? No. You've acclimatized your gut to the unnatural consumption of another species' milk. Like an enormous babe clinging to its mother's teat. You're missing out, or I also don't like milk. Okay, so is the implication here that I would lie to sort of relate with him and make him friendlier? I mean, I personally, real life, I do like milk. Big fan. Big fan of milk. A fresh glass of milk with ice in it? In the summer? Oh. It has to be. It has to be ice cold though. Tepid milk, disgusting. Room temperature milk, disgusting. Very, very warm milk with, you know, like chocolate or whatever. Yeah, delicious. Or honey. But yeah, a cold, ice cold glass of milk. Glass of milk with ice. Ugh. Delicious. Doesn't the ice water down the milk? You would have to drink it a little fast to avoid that. Yeah. You don't want the you know, watered down milk for sure. But ice cold milk is delicious. I dislike ice in milk. I mean, okay, you guys are reacting like it's a fucking wild thing. What do you think a milkshake is? I know a lot of people make milkshakes with ice cream and milk, but originally a milkshake is ice, milk, and flavoring. It's different? It's so not. It's just... It's literally... You know... Natural flavor milkshake. That's what it is. Ice becomes part of the texture. So then what's the problem if you just put ice in your milk and it doesn't become part of the texture, right? It's just colder milk, which is delicious. I've only ever seen a milkshake with ice cream. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, that's how most people would prepare it these days. But traditionally, I think at the origins of the concept of a milkshake, it would be mixing ice with milk and flavoring. I'm pretty sure I read that a while ago. We're the only mammal that drink the milk of other mammals. It's a natural. We're also the only mammals that, you know, build computers and cook food, all those things. We do a lot of things that are uncommon. I don't know. I don't know what's so weird about putting ice. You put ice in your drinks all the time. It also waters it down if you wait too long. It's not that different with milk. Try it one day. If you haven't, ice cold milk, put some ice cubes in there and drink somewhat fast to avoid watering it down too much because, you know, it's delicious. We're the only mammals that know we are. That's true. Watered down milk just tastes gross to me. I don't know. Okay. I'd rather make iced milk cubes. Yeah, you can do that if you want. Yeah. The point is that it would be as cold as possible. That's the point. That's my only point. I love milk if it's really cold or really warm, really hot. Anything in between, not a fan. Room temperature milk, I think, is atrocious. I wouldn't put ice cubes in it. Doesn't feel like it's water-based. Would you put ice cubes in Baileys? You know, the alcoholic drink. I would. Most people do, I think. Hell yeah, right, Shepard? Yeah. It's a milky substance, right? Fully agreed on milk needing to be cold or hot, not room temperature. Yeah. Yeah, room temperature milk is so strange. I don't get it. But My wife uses hot milk in cereal. Should I divorce? I mean, that brings... Or are you talking like Frosties cereal? Like that kind of stuff? Like proper, like cornflakes or Cocoa Pops or whatever? I guess, I mean, it's fine, I guess. Like, hot milk in cereal to me is like porridge, right? That's kind of what it reminds me of. I don't think it's that repulsive. Like, I can connect it with the idea of a porridge. Now, with like a chocolate cereal, for instance, I guess it makes hot cocoa after that. So maybe it could be good. It's not disgusting by default. It's unusual. I personally, I like my cereal with ice cold milk, but I don't think it's that foreign of a concept. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like it would be okay, Credo. I agree. Room temperature, though? Same problem, right? Same problem. Room temperature in cereal? Nah, man, that's just... I don't know. That's weird. I don't know why. I don't know why milk is one of those things where, like, room temperature? Nah. What other things are like that? Great cold, great warm, not room temperature. Eggs? Like, cold. When I say cold, they would have to be cooked first, but then cold, like a cold, you know, out of the fridge, a hard-boiled egg, right? That's good. Warm eggs, obviously delicious. Room temperature eggs? Pizza? Yeah, I guess pizza... I don't know, pizza feels okay in any state. Never looked at it this way. Marriage saved. Thank your wife for me. Heck. Wait, what did I say? Thank your wife? No, tell your wife to thank me. I guess. I don't know. I was trying to go somewhere with that line and I lost myself along the way. Ignore. Milk straight from the tit in its most natural stage, probably close to room temperature. It's actually warm. It's not like hot, but it's warm. Coming out of the teat. I've milked many cows in my younger days, believe it or not. When I was a child, I used to go work on a farm every summer. Yeah, body temp. It's about like 30 plus degrees when you collect it. So a little higher than room temperature. Well, not this room, but soup. Warm soup, good, of course. Cold soup, I mean, it would... Here's the thing, Brainy. I think cold soup... There's specific soups that are good cold. I don't think a normal minestrone would be good cold out of the fridge. It would probably get chunky and weird. Yeah, gazpacho, like, specifically made for, you know, consumed cold. So I don't think it applies, really. I think it's a bit of a different, you know... It doesn't really answer the question. Alright, Tech. Appreciate you. You need to warm your hands before milking a cow or a human. You don't milk humans. Well, unless with consent and it's a thing you guys enjoy. Feel free. But... let the humans milk themselves if they need to. Okay? What's up, Noger? Noodles aren't bad at room temp. They're definitely better, hot or cold. Cold? I don't know if... out of the fridge... Well, okay, no, never mind. Salad. Like a pasta salad, right? Yeah. Cold noodle dishes are very common. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of a pasta salad, but I'm sure there's more than that. form of milking, I suppose. Okay, Credo. Keep your fantasies to yourself. Yeah, I know there's a popular Korean cold noodles thing that's making the rounds on social media these days. I've actually heard about it like 2 days ago. Funny enough. Salami, room temperature. Yeah, salami. Any kind of sausage, like salted, cured sausage is fine at room temp. Lettuce-based salad room temp would be a bit disgusting. It needs to be a bit colder. I don't know. I think salads at room temp is fine. Like if it's been out, you know, like you're having a picnic and you're eating and it's just out for a while, it tastes fine. A warm salad though, that's disgusting. Yeah. Pumping human milk for human babies not uncommon. No, but that's the point. Let human milk themselves. Don't. Or if you do it for someone else, it has to be with consent. That's just what I was saying. I was just making it clear. You do this with permission. You don't just milk humans like you milk cows, because you know, unfortunately, maybe we milk cows without asking for their consent, right? So I just didn't like it being in the same sentence, is all. Germans eat raw pork? Huh, maybe so, I don't know. Met? Needs to be cold. I've never had that. Raw pork? I've had raw beef before. But pork? Huh. Not quite. Anyways. I'm gonna try to relate with Ost and pretend that I do not like milk. And try that charisma check. Come on. It's a DC 8. We got this, right? Let's go. Oh. Jesus. You smirk, a confident laugh escaping your lips. You then turn towards the ceiling, smiling. I also don't like milk. Why do I have to be so dramatic? Charisma checks are gonna be so funny in this game, I can feel it. It's so like theatrical and dramatic. It's like I'm imagining, you know, like the artiste with the smirk and the confident laugh. I also don't like milk. It's like completely excessive. What's up, Siege? How are you today? Your comment has made a dent upon the world. Okay. Listen. This is why they should all follow you. You are a worthy leader. Thank you, intelligence. The kobold stares at you with awe in his yellow expressionless eyes. No one cares, says Wisdom. Thank you, Wisdom, for keeping us humble and you know, grounding us a little bit. We need it. Okay, I'm immediately seeing how funny a low wisdom, high charisma, and dexterity maybe playthrough could be in this. High intelligence, charisma, and dexterity. All the like egocentric, you know, abilities. No wisdom whatsoever to save you from it. Delusions of grandeur. That would be, oh man, I can already see how cool that would be. Can I have some milk? No. I don't have anything else to ask about milk. Okay. Milk curious. Oh god, this is so funny. Milk curious. Alright, well, a little milk curious today, huh? That's us. Continue. Thank you. You probably shouldn't look too deeply into this. Oh, damn it! That's a failure. Is there a milk conspiracy going on? Like, what's happening? There's probably no money to be made in milk, right? Oh shit, big milk business. Could be maybe a way for us to make money. Thank you for your time, Kobold. Leave. Well, there we go. I think we got the best out of this situation. If I talk to him again, does he have more stuff to say? Because his servant almost sold him on what he truly is. No. Ah! -6 DC because Ost had a dark magic cast on him. See? We're getting into doable territory. But we'll wait, I'm not gonna use my, or maybe I should, actually. They gave us 2 of these, which I'm thinking is specifically for that purpose. But I'm not gonna use it now. We're gonna wait. Eventually we'll rest, we'll come back, right? Keep this for an emergency, I guess, is a better choice. A finely crafted crossbow, lightweight, the type used by peasantry in the late years of the Coast War. It is a tool of swift and easy death for those without training or cause. The mechanism appears to be jammed, however, so you can't fire it, but it sure looks intimidating. That little fucker. Unbelievable. That little fucker was threatening us with a broken crossbow. I don't even know. Maybe you could see that the rope wasn't armed and I just missed it. Well, it is a pretty, you know, 1 + 1 dex + 1 wisdom. I'll take it. I'll take it. God, this game's already so good. All right, Milk Curious. Democratization. Oh, okay, hold on. This is a whole thing. Democratization. The city is changing, as are you. You have always been volatile in your political views, but now it's time to choose, for real. You have unlocked the ability to ask people what they are voting for. A deep urge inside of you is calling. You need to ask. You must ask. Over and over again, at least 20 times. Okay, 10. You've currently asked you've currently asked people 1 single time. All this preparing for election week. And Milk Curious is linked to political aspects of this game, apparently. Crown collection, coin capture, cash... Kidnapping? There are many ways to describe it. Get rich or die trying. The only way to do it is obviously to get this milk delivery gig. Try taking around Water Lane in the morning. I'm gonna... I can't... Hold on. I am gonna take his job away from Ost? That feels cruel. It's his side hustle. I don't know if I want to deliver milk. I mean, although we could use the money, probably. I don't know what we need money for. But... what a game. What a game. What kind of milk you delivering? You should talk with DJ and Credo. You guys are all on the same wavelength, it seems. Cow! cow milk. That's what Oast established. You dirty bastards. Can I intimidate the zombie with my crossbow? Oh, those are mice. I'm assuming the mice is just for flavor, but what if it's not? Attack the zombie. I still don't want to do that. 15 dexterity check. I don't think 15's reasonable for us in dex, right? Yeah, we still have -1. So, yeah, no, we'll wait. We'll wait. They're gonna get rid of the zombie because I called them out on it. Viskin, right? So, probably tomorrow in-game we'll be able to get there. Yeah, Nogur, it's really good. It is, you can, listen, you could start the game right now, Nogur, and probably be ahead of me before at the end of the stream. I'm literally 2 hours into the in-game time. We're in the second room of the game. We are a normal person's 15 minutes into the game, I would presume. All right, well, I think we're about done in this room, aren't we? Yeah, unless I'm willing to spend this, which I'm not. I could be using a short rest, would remove exhaustion, would restore my spell, and all dice check would be unlocked. So we would get the full value of this. One thing, okay, what if there's more dice checks later? In which case, it might be good to wait a little bit. Let's see. Does the game keep track of the dice checks like Disco? It doesn't seem like it does. That's one thing I really liked about Disco, is that you could see on the map the dice checks that were locked. Maybe it'll show itself in some way later. Yeah. Should I use my short rest? The exhaustion's annoying. I'm a little annoyed about the exhaustion. But I don't know how many skill checks I might have to... Wiggling his little clawed feet, the kobold follows your every move with cold and flinching yellow eyes. Some questions for you. Short questions, go. Thank you for your time, kobold. Okay, there's nothing here. Was there one of the books, maybe? Was there something about one of the books? I should take note, actually. Yeah, Old Draconian. Can I read it? No. Okay. Wasn't there something with, like, the third book here? Chance of Norvik? Oh, no, it was an automatic thing, I think. Yeah. Close the book. This is a really good book. Yeah, put it back on the shelf. Yep. Nothing here. What's up, Edsta? Listen, Edsta, I'm only, again, like I said, 15 minutes into the game for a normal person. I already want to replay the game. Because I'm already seeing things in the conversation I had with Oast. I'm already like... I want to do a playthrough of this down the line where I'm going full charisma, dexterity, and intelligence. The ego build. At least full charisma and dexterity, for sure. And very, very low wisdom. Very, very low wisdom. So that wisdom can't save me from my nonsense. Because the only charisma check I've succeeded so far was so funny that I already want to do it. Yeah. In fact, I almost have regrets already not having pushed my charisma. Constitution has been a bit annoying so far, but Constitution had a lot of promise with the talking to the walls and all that, right? So I'm not going to judge Constitution too early. I'm sure if I pushed Charisma and then I'd be like, oh man, I wish I had more Constitution. I'm happy with my choices. But, yeah. Yeah, same. Like, the political alignment of Wisdom is kind of what pushed me towards it. And we can boost our stats with, you know, equipment and maybe other stuff like feats or whatever. So it might be like Disco, right? In Disco, I was always like, oh man, I wish I had Shivers. I regret not having Shivers. And by the end of it, we had... Our Shivers was incredibly high, so... You never know. You never know. I'm not gonna worry too much. Okay, I think I'm gonna do a short rest. It's gonna heal us a little bit. It's gonna remove exhaustion. It's gonna refill my spell check and refill my spell slots and allow me to do that check again, which I'm probably gonna fail again, but no harm in trying, I think. I still don't know how the cantrips work. I have to wait. Spend 1 hit die on an hour short rest. Spend 1 hit die on an hour short rest. I'm not sure what a hit die is. Hit die 1 out of 1. Spend 1 in order to short rest for an hour. Allow you to restore when you regain hit dice on a long rest. The max amount of hit dice is equals to your level. Okay, that's what it is. I don't know if it was a different mechanic. Like, if you can use a hit die for something else, maybe that's a thing. Maybe you can use hit dice for more than just short rests. It might be a D&D rule that I'm not familiar with, but that's okay. I do think I want to try a short rest here. Obviously, conventional wisdom would be wait for many checks to be locked to do it, so you can benefit from unlocking all the checks. Because I'm thinking long rests are gonna be once a day only, right? Probably. Maybe I need to be conservative with this. I don't know. I'm a little hesitant. Yeah, you know what? Let's wait until we have a few more failed checks. I think that's probably smart. Voices upstairs and the smell of salt. Yeah, I think we're good here, right? We're done with this place. Whoa. Moonwalk. Can I moonwalk, actually? I did for a little while there. Yeah, there. Alright, let's see. The smell of salt. Alright, let's get out. We don't need to uncover all the mysteries of Viskin right away. What did it say? Shit. I miss what it said. Hold on, can I do this? Shit, it's not reappearing. And I've disabled my fucking Steam overlay. God damn it. That is not I'm assuming it's a Tolstad. Do you want to know? Yeah, you can tell me. It's fine. Normally I would just look at the recording, but I disabled the Steam overlay because it was messing a little bit with the game capture for some reason. And I don't want to have to clip my own channel to look at it. Tolstad and under it, Central Norvik. Thank you. That's what I presumed, because I saw the D when I looked at the screen again. What is that? It says Viskin's Lich House, but then the end dentistry is scratched out. Oh man, is Viskin a vampire? Lich House and dentistry is crazy. I love it. The music seems pretty good. Yeah, I like it. The colors in this game are so great. Ooh, who's that? Oh my god, there's so many things already. The orc observes you with great interest. An orc. HWBT, okay. So that's, I'm assuming, where I'm supposed to go for... yeah, to get to the goblins. Yeah, the music is really cool. For some reason, it reminds me of Diablo a little bit. Diablo 2. What is that? Something inside this old vase. That's trifle. Incense. Nice. We're just collecting incense. So much of it. Oh, there's a nest here. A tucked away bird's nest. Ascani gulls, perhaps? Too far away. You see a bird's nest nestled on the edge of a protruding stone tile. Got some eggs in it, and you spot something shiny below as well. It appears unguarded. Must be a gull's nest. Just don't climb out there, man. You'll die, like, for sure. With the cantrip Mage Hand, you could easily grab the content of this nest from a comfortable distance. What is Mage Hand? I know what Mage Hand is, in fact. That's one of the spells I know. A common arcane cantrip can be used to grab things from afar. Very useful. Where could I get Mage Hand? I'd really like to climb out there and give it a shot. Where could I get Mage Hand? You used to have a version of your own memorized. It was clearly lost in the river. Darn! Drat! Feel sad. I'm just gonna go feel sad. However, there are ways of restoring your memorization of the cantrip. You will need a source, perhaps in a library. If you had time for a trip to the towers, that would be ideal. Alas, you will have to make do. Perhaps those esoteric books found in a lich house your use. Okay. I'd really like to climb out there and give it a shot. No. Come on, just a little thrill. Push it, despite your groaning stomach. That's fair. Okay, so I'm wondering how much I can push it without having to commit, right? I'm wondering if there's a way for me to push and then at some point there's like the actual dice roll and then I can always back out, or what's up, Therma? Come on, just a little thrill. Push it, despite your groaning stomach. No, you will die. I fell into the river once. Why not twice? Yeah, I mean, you always say I'm already dead, so why does it matter, right? I fell into the river once. Why not twice? Your gut twists at the thought of tumbling down those red rocks. Stop this. You have nothing to gain. Nothing? That's just not true. Okay, dexterity's changing there, but it's mine. That's awesome. He was like, just don't climb out there, man. You'll die for sure. But when you say there's nothing to gain, nah, that's just not true. Your job is self-preservation. This is not it. Self-preservation becomes a lot easier with coin. Gotta risk a little to gain a lot. Nothing here to gain, except another death. Boring. So very boring. Yeah. Let's not. Take a step back. Alright. This will let you live. Stop leaning over the edge. Boo. Probably for the best, but it was fun to try and push a little bit. Alright, so hold on. Before I talk to all the people here, if I go back down, will this allow me to... down to the ledge house? Because it said something about the books potentially having information. So now maybe that I know what I'm looking for. Does it change anything? Some of them stand out as classics. No, nothing of extra value. Nothing in this one either. Because it's all in Draconic. Yeah. Okay, was it maybe downstairs? Like maybe downstairs had some books? Doesn't look like it, really. I mean, there's still places to go, but this fucking zombie is standing in the way, so... Yeah. If I talk to Viskin, can I ask him about potential... No. Unless... I'm assuming I require assistance only brings the same options. Yeah. Alright, never mind. Let's go talk to dwarves and orcs. I wish those loading screen tips would only disappear once I click. Like, I wish the loading screens were the same as when you load in the game for the first time. And you have to click to get past them, because it seems like there's a lot of information there that I could benefit from possessing with my limited knowledge of D&D. Let's do a hard save. How about that? Let's override. Yeah. Great. Yeah, I mean, it's just a small detail, right? UL, but it would be nice. Not a big deal. There's something there. Sneaky apple. Oh, nice. Can I get it? Oh god, this is going way further than I wanted. It's fine. I can do this. A kiosk. Okay. Something's happening. What is that? An almost intact and endlessly rising pillar. The centerpiece of Norvik. Hey, look at that. We're uncovering secrets. I got one apple. Nice. The most useful tool through human history. A bucket? +2 strengths, -2 wisdom is so funny. The idea of let faith guide you because you have a bucket over your head and you can't see is so funny. That is so funny. A classical tool showcasing human ingenuity. It carries water well, and any liquid, really. It is indeed just as adaptable as humanity itself. Incredible. +2 strengths, -2 wisdom. Let your faith guide you. Yep. This is so fucking funny. Looking good, right? Fantastic. Okay, we need to make arrangements here. These will be consumables, these will be clothing items, this will be other items, and this will be my money. For now, that's how I'm gonna do it. Wait a minute. Did something disappear? Is that... like, I don't know if it's my menu opening and closing or what, but... yeah, there's all these little things that are like sort of vanishing. What is that about? Huh? That's curious. It doesn't seem like it's related to me changing anything. It happens regardless. Huh. I don't know what that's about. Is it any menu? Or is it just the inventory? It seems to be just the inventory. Huh. Strange. Oh, I think it could be part of like the tree structure. That's sort of like when it zooms in and out, maybe it sort of like glitches. I don't know. Yeah, it could be part of the tree model, like with the disappearing. I don't know. Let's not think about it too much until maybe the game suggests that this is more than just a display thing. Yeah. I'm already super interested in exploring all these locations. Former ale barrel. I mean former. 5 crowns? I'll take it. All the way up to 13 right now. Beautiful. And we have dwarfs that we can converse with. Simi and the boys. Simi and the boys. Alphos BE. Constitution Behold. And this one's a Charisma Behold. Alright, time to behold. Yeah, time to behold. Hopefully we can actually succeed this time. Charisma, go. What do you mean? This is completely unreasonable. That's my second nat 1 in less than 10 rolls. Yeah, Kwasi, this is nonsense. What am I supposed to do if I'm that unlucky? Like... okay, we won't know anything about Simi and the boys. I'm a shit cleric, clearly. Alright, let's Constitution Behold Alphos BE. BE, sorry. Oh, let's go! That's a good one. Dwarf Exile. Level 3 Foreman. We can see the stats now. Beautiful. Very strong and high constitution guy. Not a lot of wisdom though. Could be influenceable. This is our first successful behold check. Yes. And it works the way I expected it to, with like revealing increasing amounts of information. That is such a clever way of doing this, by the way. I love it. Like, you know, like for your sort of perception skills and how much you can learn by looking at people. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I love the mechanic. I think it's clever. He stands by his ideals with gut and little else. A push will earn his respect. That is his way. Alphonse knows he is privileged. He hates it. His ideal clashes with his blood. I feel like we might get along with Alphonse if he's, you know, hating his privilege, and his ideals might be very, you know, working class and all that, because, you know, we'll see, we'll see. Let's talk with Alphonse. I am actually interested. Oh, I can trifle. Hold. Please hold. PPG documents. -1 intelligence, -1 wisdom. Pickpocket. Dexterity check. I am not going to dabble into this. This feels... My dexterity is fine, but I still, you know... It's a low check. I still don't want to risk anything. Let's talk to our new best friend first. Around the amphitheater scene, you see a number of dwarves hard at work. They're constructing a banner of some kind, carrying a bright green flag. Oh, are they doing a political rally for the elections? Now that's what my brain is going to immediately. It's like they're trying to do a political rally for the Asgalist party. Ooh. This is so disco, by the way. The hordes with the seagulls and the you know, coastal vibe. Yeah. Like if I closed my eyes there and you told me this is like an alternate track for the side of Martinez, I would believe. I would believe it. A lot more medieval, a little bit, yeah. Oh, nice. Man, what a game. This also immediately, not, you know, takes away nothing from this game itself, but immediately makes me want to play Disco again. Because I can hear the theme of Martinez. And I'm like, man, I miss this place. Boom, boom. All right, let's see. The banner of Asgal, the fool. One of the dwarves stands to face you with a furrowed brow. I was right about Asgal. He appears to be in a staring contest with the orc on the other side of the theater. Oi, Mr. Cityman, he calls you out as you approach. We've made it clear already, we're not moving. Not one bit. He shoots you a sheet-eating grin. I'm not asking you to move. In fact, we might have the same ideals. This dwarf gets extreme pleasure from telling you to fuck off like this. Stout, short, hairy, loves to dig and build. You know the drill. Drill. They built most of Norvik and have a long history with the Earth folk. Thank you, Charisma. Publisher Raw Fury uploaded a study Relax OST video. I must have given it 1,000 views by now alone. Nice. Can we time out Charisma? Nah. Charisma is fine. I like Charisma. Earthfolk, the people of Earth, the ancestor of those who reconquered the Ascani coast. True mythological heroes. That is no way to greet the cleric of Norvik. Just passing through, dwarf. What's going on here? He likes a little push, is what our intuition said, right? I'm not sure that's the kind of push that would work for him, though. But he respects it, right? He respects people who stand for themselves. That's no way to greet the cleric of Norvik. Oh, is that so? Guessing I'm supposed to grovel? That'd be nice, thanks. I feel like you're not going to. No need, I'm leaving. That'd be nice, thanks. The path to being a cleric is becoming even more familiar. Gained 15 XP for choosing this class 3 times. Oh god! I'm unintentionally going more deeper and deeper into the cleric class. The dwarf glares at you. No, I don't see why I would. You hear the other dwarves laughing behind him. Nothing illegal going on here. Nothing at all. He's only saying that because he's had to defend himself quite a lot lately. It worked though. That's interesting. We followed our intuition that pushing, against him might be good. And it seems like we got the best of that exchange, so... Great. I was worried there for a second. Nothing illegal, huh? I don't care. I'm on a higher mission. Great. I was worried there for a second. He looks you up and down. Yeah, okay. Great. Very great. Now, who are you? That was a joke. You are clearly doing something illegal. I like this because you can go about it in the 2 ways and it always makes sense. You can go with I was worried there for a second being sarcasm and be like, yeah, no, clearly you're doing something illegal. Or you can go at it with like, yeah, no, great. So how are you? You can just ignore it as if it's just, I really like the way it's structured. Maybe a political rally here is not authorized. Maybe that's what they're doing. That's illegal. That was a joke. You're clearly doing something illegal. Yeah, of course. Figured as much. He grunts and looks away. Prove it then. Others have tried today. None have succeeded. Constitution says they are both guilty and innocent, just like you. They are both guilty and innocent, just like you. An interesting line. See me and the boys. One of the older dwarves spits on the ground next to him. You even know who you're talking to, child? This here be Alphos of Ban Envers, a foreman in the Asgalist movement of Norwich. Alphos of Ban Envers. Of the Ban Envers. Might be a clan. Foreman. One of the leading members of the Norvik Asgal Council. The Norvik Asgal Council, sometimes called NAC or NAC, I guess. This is the group of foremen of Forfolk guiding the Asgal movement in Norvik. They lead workers' union movements, Asgal rallies, and the entire Asgalist workers' parties, sorry. He's done more good than all of you Earthguard combined. A true speaker for Asgal. Damn, that's a lot of good. You're a celebrity. Okay, sure. Have questions for you, lad. For you lads. Damn, that's a lot of good. Simi exaggerates. He gives the older dwarf the stink eye. I'm also not in any way proud of my heritage. Nobility is just a poisonous hierarchy. That's we saw that on Behold, right? Like the fact that he was born of a noble family, but he hates it. That's such an interesting character trait. I like it. Typical talking points, says Intelligence. He grins. I just wanted to make that clear. Don't mention the whole noble thing. It'll just piss him off, unless you want that. I'm okay. You know, we pushed in the way of we established our authority, and that worked pretty well. I don't want to push him on things that are part of the things that he hates because he doesn't want to be a nobleman, right? I think I'm okay with not pushing that. Although, I don't know. We'll see. Ooh, this trumpet solo there is beautiful. Oh. I just got reminded. You know what this art style reminds me of in this game? The Banner Saga. It does look quite a bit like the Banner Saga in many ways. The colors, the, you know, children's book sort of art style. Man, the Banner Saga was such a good game. I only played the first game back like 13 years ago. There's 3 of them. There's a trilogy. So I've never played the whole story. I should return to them one day. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it would be fun. I still listen to We Are All Guests Upon This Land from the Banner Saga soundtrack. I don't know the titles, but yeah, the Banner Saga was so fucking great. Ooh. Interesting combination of like that trumpet solo and the little synth. It's good. Yeah, that trumpet was the first instrument I learned when I was a kid, the theremin. I think when I was 8 or so I started playing it. I loved it. It was great. I was never very good at it, but it does feel very disco Rasta, yeah. Alright, let's keep questioning. Is that euphonium in the background? I mean, it seems like just a normal little bouncy synth bass thing, but yeah. You boys setting up a play or something? A play? Spits on the ground. We're holding a rally for the cause this evening. Workers across Tolstad will gather to hear the word of Asgal. He turns towards the orc. And no one's going to stop it! Now I'm excited to talk to the orc. Maybe the orc's part of law enforcement? Uh-huh. Agent Vera. Hello. Hello, Agent Vera. You hear laughing coming from across the theater. Papers, Alphos. He grumbles and turns back to you. So, what do you want? You seem a bit stressed. That orc lady sure is annoying. I'm not gonna say that. What's the problem here? So, what's the problem here? He shakes his head. Where to even begin? So, it is forenoon. I get the lads together. We arrive. That accursed woman is standing here. The dwarf shudders. She starts complaining. He reaches for something in his pocket and takes out some documents. We show her the papers. And the papers are no good, she says. Ah. Circle, square, conflict. Real convenient, I say. No, there is nothing wrong with these papers. We are in our rights to speak out against tyrants and burghers. Okay. Burghers, maybe they're nobles, like, you know, the burghers, people living in the burg. I don't know. Yo, Flamingo, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Deadly Kitten, welcome in. Wistful, welcome in. How are you guys doing today? What were you playing? Appreciate you, Flamingo. Thank you, thank you. Let's learn about the burghers. Burghers. Borgar. The craftsmen, merchants, and notably higher standing citizen in comparison to those of rural roots Yeah, okay, so the burgers, like the people of the burg, right? Yeah. Okay. They are. Bureaucracy. Check the papers. Surely the dwarves have screwed up somewhere. Whoa, okay. Intelligence, slightly racist. Gotcha. Subnautica first playthrough? Hell yeah. Hope you're enjoying it. Whew. Sorry about the yawning. Jeez. So she's wrong about the documents? Question mark. How dreadful. I have some questions. So she's wrong about the documents? Of course she is. She's a liar, that one. A filthy liar. Circle, square, conflict updated. Alphos, nods, and grunts. Terrible liar. Can't even get the words out. Okay, so Alphos doesn't want to lie. The other one doesn't care too much about it. Alphos seems to be someone who, you know, is very... He's trying to push for his cause, but he's also very honest. It seems like. You know, as soon as we pushed, like, he didn't really try to lie, he didn't try to manipulate, he's just... I feel like he had the chip on his shoulder from being born a noble maybe makes him a little hesitant, you know? Had a good stream, made some progress, avoided the scaries. Hell yeah, Flamingo. He knows he's right about the documents, but he doesn't want to admit it. He knows she's right, sorry, about the documents, but doesn't want to admit it. Isn't it a bit macabre to hold a rally on top of a morgue? So what's this rally about exactly? Can I see the papers? Okay, good luck fighting tyrants. Can I see the papers? He gives his companions a glance. Why? Construct an argument as to why you should get the papers. Alright, intelligence, your turn. You've been bragging so much. Show me your leadership capabilities. Intelligence, let's go. Ooh! Ooh! Finally, we're rolling. Our luck is turning. The tides are shifting, guys. We're getting there. Just tell him you're an expert and that you're on their side. I'm an expert. Are you now? Yes. Also, I'm on your side. Are you now? I mean, I might actually be in this case, so. Now, hit him with, I'm your best shot at getting out of this. The dwarf grumbles. His eyes go from you to the orc behind you. Fine. The dwarf sighs and grabs something in his pockets. You gain the PPG documents. Oh, I could have stole them earlier. It's so funny that, you know, I could have stolen those. And then what? The games, I already see the many different ways in which you can play this game and maybe get the results you desire, right? Very cool. Hands over the scroll. I trust you with this documents, city man. Tell us we're in the wrong. I dare you. Because we're not. The older dwarves join in. Take a step back and check it out. Let's see what is actually going on here. You can examine certain items in your inventory to access unique dialogues. Okay, I'll take a look. Alright. Very cool. Let's look at the questing tree. Circle square conflict. An orc and a bunch of dwarves are in a deadlock. The dwarves want to hold a rally and the orc is sent to stop them. Alphos says they have legal right to hold their rally. They might not. Let me look at those items. Ooh, PPG document, -1 intelligence, -1 wisdom. I could technically equip it, right? I'll leave it here. Mass Effect Trilogy Remaster went on sale today for $4.79. That game's always on sale. When I got it a few months ago, when I thought I might do the playthrough, it was also like $4. It seems like it's going on sale very regularly, which is good. Great game. I cannot wait to play Mass Effect 2. That's going to be so good. A formal permission of public gathering contains a lot of legal nonsense, making it difficult to parse. And then, before I do that, hold on. And then we have this lady here. Agent Vera. Strength behold, huh? Yeah, let me behold her from a distance. See if I can get anything out of that. Yep, we're right back where we started with the rolls. Yeah, yikes! I'm not rolling very high. I'm excited to know more about Vera, though. She seems like an interesting character. I don't particularly have a thing for orc ladies, but her portrait looked nice. Yeah. She seems strong, you know, and driven. Oh, I didn't see if I got an option to charm people again. It's so good. Mass Effect, yeah. Are you playing those now, Cradle? Or have you played those recently? Alright, so we need to inspect our PPG document. It's quite light. Some kind of magazine paper. Unrolling it reveals a short statement about a political rally at the Circle Square. Magazine, periodical publication generally containing short stories, adverts, investigative journalism, and or erotica. I don't know why we needed a lore entry for this, but okay, I'm glad we established that erotica is canon in this world. This is just like real life. Permission of public gathering accepted, it says in big letters at the bottom, followed by a signature, Tolstad Magistrate Nicholas Darrow. Darrow, one of the original Earth folk, houses to found Norvik with Earth. Their bloodline can still be found in high positions all around the city. The actual text uses an archaic and typically bureaucratic writing style. We can examine it in detail, but we're exhausted, so that's going to be a little harder. We still just need a 5, right? So, have I seen this kind of document before? Never. Ugh, they must be rare. That was a failure. Shit. Cool document. It is not. I don't like it. Oh, how come? Because it's a legal document? Duh. Too many words, seems off. Bad vibes. General tomfoolery. General tomfoolery. Fascinating. What if I say bad vibes? Fascinating. Same thing. Too many words. Fascinating. Okay, that's funny. It's all the same thing, but I like the flavor. All right, let's try to examine it in details. Intelligence check. Come on. Yeah, we're nice. We're good. We're good. We're good. I wasn't sure if it was a plus or a minus. We have +1 intelligence. You scan the text again, checking for spelling, phrasing, and terminology. It is perfect, not a single error. Except the date. It says their rally is supposed to be held on the 16th. The document is perfectly legal, but it's expired. Look at the dates. Yeah. It's expired. Stop looking. Well... what a conundrum. Legal documents, but expired. What can we do about that? I don't know. But we're gonna have to give him the bad news. I mean, he knows, obviously. They're just trying to get away with it. and she knows about it. Maybe we can talk her into turning a blind eye on this, but she probably has bosses, like, you know, superiors that would, you know, she can't lose her job for that or something. I don't know, I'm just guessing, right? We haven't explored this very well yet. We're gonna have to talk to them and confront them about the expiration date. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a story for next time. Because it is unfortunately time to call it for today. We've made it 3 hours into the first day. The game's supposed to be, what did he say? 5 hours? 5 days or something? Well, we know the elections are in 5 days, but it said something like 5 to 8 sessions? Something like that? I don't remember exactly, but... Ooh! Ooh! Look at that! Maybe one of the main characters? Huh? Like, one of the potential companions? Appearing on the main screen? Or maybe each one representing... Oh, maybe they're like representing the different parties, potentially. Yeah, cool. Lovely. I wonder what Chris Bodegard has to say about my progress. But you know what? This time I'm gonna wait for next time before reading the continue message. I think it's more appropriate for when I come back to the game than when I quit the game, right? So we're gonna wait for it and watch that at the beginning of next stream. But yeah, what a game. Jeez, man. This game has been delicious so far. I know it's very slow paced. It's a lot of reading for me. I don't know how good of an entertainment it makes for you guys, but I'm having a lot of fun playing. I'm really enjoying this. This is scratching all the disco itches that I have. So, yeah. Very pleasant. What's up, Nibiru? Very happy. Anyway. We're making progress. And if any of you, you know, feel like this is a game you want to play, you have until Sunday to get into it. You'll beat my progress within an hour. I have no doubt. So, you know. And then you can join us back for the live show. But yeah, I'll be back on Sunday, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Esoteric Ebb. It seems like next week is going to be a full week, because I think the next Switzerland game happens on the weekend, in the night, in the middle of the night, so potentially no more World Cup distractions from the streaming schedule. Unless somehow there's a game I really want to watch or something. I don't know when the finals are. I think the finals might be during the stream time. I'm not sure. If it is, maybe I'll have to take a day off on that day because I want to watch the grand finals. But we'll figure it out as we go. But definitely next week. It seems like next week's a clean week. We're going to have streams every day. And I'm excited to make some consequent progress in this game because only 3 streams this week. That's not a lot. I want to progress more. But yeah, thank you everyone for being here along for the ride, those of you who are enjoying it. If you're new around here, make sure to follow the channel, join us on Discord if you want live notifications and everything. The VODs on the YouTube channel, thank you $10 for all the links. I've been thinking, little gift here. Well, ask me again at the beginning of next stream and I'll go more into the details maybe. But I've been thinking of potentially having 2 new different content avenues in the future. I'm not sure if they're gonna happen. 3 actually are on my mind. One of them's a TikTok sort of series thing, or short form media series of things that may end up being on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. I've been thinking about that one for a while. I had started working on it and then I got distracted from it. I'm thinking of getting back into that project. The second one is potentially YouTube exclusive playthroughs. I'm not sure if that's gonna happen, but that's something I've been thinking about. Certain games that I don't feel like streaming or I want to get through faster, I might do YouTube exclusives, playthroughs. that would be on my personal, not the VOD channel, my personal YouTube channel, which I haven't really established yet, but it would be, you know, like, oh, a game I don't see for stream, but I want to play, let me make a YouTube video for it, maybe without even a camera, and it's just my voice, and, you know, who knows? Or maybe the camera would be there either way for the stash and everything. I don't know. It's something to think about. And the third one would be, I've mentioned it in the past, a multiplayer gaming channel. Different channel, potentially on Kick, because Kick has been knocking on my door to offer me sponsorships and monies and all that. And I'm thinking of maybe doing a multiplayer channel on Kick that would be on a different schedule where I just play multiplayer games and all that. All of these are in my thoughts currently. I've been thinking about the YouTube exclusive stuff that I think could be interesting, but I don't know. Some thoughts that were in my head, and we can talk about it more on Sunday maybe if you want to ask me about it again. Yeah, you know, I'm trying to think of ways to diversify my content, find more sources of, you know, attention, you know, finding more ways to gather people and maybe bring them to the live show, which is still my main sort of point of interest. But yeah, anyway, I don't know, Zia. Yeah, that's a big question. I don't know. I when I watch YouTube videos, I like seeing the face of people, but there's also content creators that I watch that don't have that, and it's just their voice. I don't think my voice is good enough for that, so maybe I need the facial expressions and all. But yeah, we'll see. I'll think about it. Anyway, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I wish you all a beautiful weekend. I'll see you guys on Sunday, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.